Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. From the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but we're always there for each other with hearts so mild. Sisterhood at the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and never be the same.
Can you guys hear me yet? Oh my God. Yes, everybody was supposed to be hearing someone. I have been talking for however long, way before the picture came up. Couldn't figure out because StreamYard is all different now, you guys. Couldn't figure out how to put my picture on here. I had already said my whole monologue before I looked at the chat and saw you guys couldn't even, you guys, listen, I'm rusty. I'm rusty and StreamYard has changed everything up. So there's that. I already gave you my monologue. I'm not going to give it again because I don't feel like it, to tell you the truth. Hello, everybody. And I already said hello to everybody, but I'm going to say hello again because you guys deserve that because you don't have to be here for me. And I am going to say hello again, but I'm not doing a monologue again. Suck it. I'm not doing it again. MJD is in the house. Good to see you, love bug. Possum. Good to see you as well. Ma Barb is here, y'all. Our matriarch is here. Y'all behave or don't. She don't care. Aussie True Crime is in the house, you guys. Lulu Cooey, sister Cooey, Cooey, Cooey. Let's see. And nobody could hear. Nobody could hear. Nobody could hear. Oh Lord, I'm gonna see. Shag, good to see you, Shag. It's been a minute. It's so good to see you again. Golly, you guys. I listen. I'm a little rusty, a little crusty, but we're going to get back into it. I promise that I was going to just get over the fact that I have a lisp right now because I had dental work done and it's not finished, so I don't have the teeth that I had the dental work at. But I'm just going to go live. I mean, what can I do? First time going live. That's right. You can't see Aussie True Crime. Ozzy, I don't know if she's still here or not. But she said, hey, way up there in the chat. Anyways, listen, I'm ready to get back to it. I don't want to wait any longer to keep going with this. Trying to hide it from everybody, you know. It was a whole thing about taking my teeth out, you guys. It was a whole thing. And I'm glad I did it, but um, I have my appointment on Friday to finally get my impressions done so that they could start making my teeth. So I don't know how long that's going to take. And I was like, no, I miss going live. I miss talking to you guys. I miss hanging out with you guys. And you're just going to have to deal with my list. But I'm going to be fabulous, you guys. Listen, I'm having a midlife crisis. Okay, I'm somewhere stuck between middle aged and senior citizen. I'm 56. So I'm stuck somewhere right there. I'm having a midlife crisis. So I'm getting my teeth done. I'm going to throw me some fillers into them lips. I'm going to hopefully get my neck done. Uh, that done. I for sure am getting my eyes done because my insurance will pay for my upper bluff to be done, which means just taking off the sagging skin because of my eyesight. They're going to pay for that, but I am going to pay for my lower bluff because you guys, I'm just letting you know right now, I am being very vain. I've never been vain a day in my life. Um, Never. And y'all, something's happening to me. My world's gone crazy. I'm finally truly an empty nester. And I'm just like, okay, listen, I'm going to have to, I told Beefcake, I was like, pay attention. I'm going to have to use your 401k to make myself look okay. Uh, and he laughed at me, but you think I'm playing? I'm not. Coffee Galaxy, good to see you. Shag says, well, tell me about the saggy skin. What are they going to do for that? Uh, I really would like a whole facelift. I really would. Um, you know what? As soon as I get my teeth in, you guys, I made a promise to my children that I would not go show myself on a live cam until my baby chow was done with college and I almost have kept my word completely. There's been a few slip ups here and there, but for the most part, I've kept my word. Well, baby Cal graduated in May. He's already moved to Ohio. Tomorrow he will be on his fourth day on his new job. He's super happy, you guys. And so as soon as I get these teeth, y'all, listen, I'm gonna put my big fat ugly butt right here on this camera, and then we will be able to talk about what all work needs to be done on this face and this body, and spin Beefcake's 401k. I mean, yeah, yeah, that's my plan. That's my plan, y'all. I will get on a plane if you can wrangle a 2 for 1 price on all them procedures. Well, Maggie says we all need to head over to Turkey. That's what Mag said. Get on over to Turkey. It's good to be back. My favorite middle of the night hobby. I miss you guys. I miss doing this. So if I sound silly, eventually I won't sound silly. And then when I get my teeth, we'll cam up and then we can critique my looks, because my looks aren't even, I mean, they're being critiqued on YouTube anyways by people who don't like me because they found pictures of me. I don't really care, you guys. I am unbothered. Okay. I am who I am. This is who God made right here. Um, but now that who God made is getting older and everything is falling and sagging, and oh, it's terrible, y'all. Terrible. It's terrible. I mean, my boobs are to my belly button's at my vagina's at my knees are at my ankles are falling behind me. God, it's terrible getting old. I hate it. I want it to be, I just need a lot of work. So there's that. Anyways, you know what? A lot has happened in the Nancy Guthrie case. And I've been paying attention, y'all. I've been paying attention. But the stuff that I pulled up tonight, I didn't watch it because you guys probably all know about it because y'all, I mean, I'm the one that took the break and, tried to chill out while my mouth healed. But I'm sure y'all have kept going. But the stuff that I pulled up tonight, I haven't seen yet because I want to get my reaction with you guys. Listen, there's no shame in my game, you guys. I don't lie about anything. I am honest with you about who I am. So, listen, seriously, when my teeth get put in my mouth, oh my God, you guys, I cannot wait to eat a freaking hamburger. Do you understand? Because my gums, I know I'm all over the place right now, you guys, but so my gums don't touch. I thought something was seriously wrong with me. I thought my jaw was out of whack. All right. Didn't help that I have friends that also played on my, what do you call that disease that people have where they make up stuff in their head that they think they have? What is that? I'm one of them people. What is it? Hypochondriac. There it is. Yeah, I could be okay. So I went into the whole hypochondriac mode, right? Oh my God, my jaw's out of place. My gums don't touch. I've seen people without teeth that can chew just fine, but my gums don't touch. Y'all, went back into the dentist. He's like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "No, my gums aren't touching. I take my jaws out of place." He said, "What is wrong with you?" He said, "Your jaws aren't supposed to touch. We don't want them to touch." And I was like, I see a lot of people, my friends are asking me why I can't chew yet. And I told him it's because my jaws won't touch. And he said they don't touch, it's because your TMJ is healthy. And it's like a spring. So when I put teeth in there, then everything's going to work just like you had your other teeth. And I was like, then why are people like, they can still chew, but I can't close my jaw? And he said, because they refuse to wear any dentures or any kind of teeth. And so their TMJ got weak, and that's the deal. He said, so make sure you wear whatever. No. So I can't wait to eat a freaking hamburger. Not kidding. So he didn't even look at me. He's like, I'll see you back on the 26th. You're okay. Everything's fine. And I'm like, all right. Thank you so much, sir. Do I owe you any money? He's like, advice is free. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's get on to this Nancy Guthrie. Listen, so much is happening, so much funny stuff, you guys. I miss you guys so much. I just feel like a little chatty Cathy right now. Yes, we go through so much as humans. I'm 52. Some days I feel like I'm 25, and some days I feel my age. I totally get that. I totally. It's weird because my brain will be like, "Shit, I can do that. I can do that." And then I start to do that, and then my body's like, "What the hell do you think you are doing? You can't do that." Then it's a whole fight between my brain and my body, and the body wins because I have a bad back. Oh my God. And that's also how you know you're old. You know you're old when all you do is talk about what all's wrong with you. So I'm going to shut the hell up about that. I'm 56 and I'm going through a midlife crisis, and I've missed you guys, and I've had no one to talk to. So I'm an empty nester. Dogs are sick of me. Everybody's sick of me. Let's just go. How about that? How about it? All right, Nancy Guthrie. I'm sure you guys already know all this. I have not watched it yet. I'm going to pull it up. We're going to watch it together. If you haven't seen it, I want to see your reactions. I want you to hear my reactions to it. So all I know, I have not, I haven't like delved into it, but all I know, y'all, is that there is another note that was sent. Now, let's just recap a little bit what Leanie has said, okay? Leanie said back in the day when this all broke, when this news broke, and we were going live 2 times a day. Maggie, my co-host from the UK, and her co-host Lizzo were going live during the day to cover it. I was going live at night to cover it because, I mean, stuff was happening, right? We were all invested. We were all like, any minute, we're going to find us some Nancy, right? Well, we haven't, obviously. But I have said since day one that Nancy Guthrie is not alive. I don't believe she lived many hours after she left that house. And I've always said since day one that she is in the Mexican desert. And the reason why I thought that is because, A, our sheriff, that ding dong tulip powder puff sheriff over there, can't just walk over the border and start looking for a missing person. Not that he would, mind you. Not that he would. He wouldn't do that. He didn't even do it in his own country, in his own territory, in his own place, right? Don't get me started. I'm gonna have to go slap the hell out of him. But anyhow, so I think she was put in the desert over the border because it was going to be even harder to find her. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say this. I have said it a couple times on a couple lives, but I mean it wholeheartedly. I don't think Nancy Guthrie's body will ever be found. Just the animals out in that desert, in that part of the country alone. Now maybe they'll find. We know she had a pacemaker in her chest. I don't think an animal is going to eat that. If she has any kind of hardware in her back or in a hip or anything like that, I think those pieces can be found and hopefully some DNA's on it, and that'll happen. But as far as finding anything else, y'all, I don't think she's going to be found. I don't. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and bring this up. Y'all, I've missed you so much. Thank you for being here. If you want to hit the thumbs up, hit it. I appreciate that so much. But if not, that's okay too. Shag says, well, I have changed what I thought a little bit, but it still has to do with the tomato hot sauce dude. Yes, which we call him tomato hot sauce dude. Everybody that's hasn't been here for and heard us talk about Nancy Grace. We're talking about Tabasco hot sauce. See, I can't even say his name. What the hell is his name? Tommaso. He's the son-in-law of Nancy Guthrie. He is married to Nancy Guthrie's daughter, Annie. And I am curious, has anybody changed it? Hi, Chris. Hi, good to see you, love bug. I'm curious. We're on day what 154, y'all. 154. Who would have thought that it was going to take this long? Who would have thought? Has anything changed towards you guys? Like you're thinking on this because uh has it changed that maybe you're not thinking so much of the family now is involved in this, or are you thinking that maybe before you didn't think the family was involved, but now you're just like, we got your number. We're watching. We know what's going. Is that what's going on? I just would like to know, is there what little piece or big piece for you has changed in this? That's important to me. I'm sticking to my guns. I'm sticking to my guns, you guys. Until I'm proven wrong, and I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong, and I will do it on a live, and I hope I am wrong, but I do believe that tomato hot sauce dude, uh, at least knows something. I just do. I just believe that 100%. Chris says, I like to put those on my breaded hot dogs. Hot dog, hot diggity do. Our own Miss Barbara Smith, Ma Barb, who is right out there in Tucson, you guys. She says, I agree. If the bones are found, it will be a long, long time. Yeah. Coffee says, was she being abused by anyone in or outside the family, maybe? Do you know, I haven't heard anybody even talk about that. And the abuse doesn't have to be like physical, right? It could be like mental and stuff. I mean, it could be any kind of abuse. I didn't even think about that. Shag says, well, in the beginning, I thought it was just the son-in-law, but now I believe his wife, who is Nancy Guthrie's daughter, Annie, is involved as well. With all the new information that came out to me, it points to them. Nice. See, I'm still not sold yet on the daughter, probably because I am a daughter and I have daughters, and I just think, how could you do that to your mama? Like you, I mean, but parents get abused all the time, right? But for me, that's hard for me to wrap my head around that someone in that you gave birth to could actually be a part of your disappearance slash murder, because I believe it is murder. Lulu said, I read a group went out looking for Nancy in the desert and found many other bodies. I heard that too. I did not check into it because, like I said, I wanted to do more coverage on this and I want to see it all here. But I did see some news on that, y'all. Even my beefcake, he knew that we were covering this like nobody's business. And he texted me on the way home from work 2 days ago and he said, have you heard the latest on Nancy Guthrie? And that's actually when I had heard it, because I haven't been watching YouTube. I've been busy in something else that I've been doing that we'll talk about later. So really I haven't been doing a whole lot of YouTube. I'm so far behind on everything. Coffee says, there's physical, mental, and verbal abuse, right? So any one of those she could have been going through. Now we do think we know it. I mean, nobody has officially put it out that she was actually helping support her daughter Annie and Annie's husband, Tomato Hot Sauce Dude. Do you guys remember that? Like there was gambling problems with them, that maybe she was taken out because they owed money to people for gambling. And so there was all different reasons why people came up with that. They believe that Tomato Hot Sauce Dude is involved in this, at least him, maybe even Annie as well. Shag says, well, I know I couldn't. I know a lot of other people couldn't, but I also know that mentally ill people, when they're jealous, insanely jealous, and that's what I believe, that she was a sister. Okay. Listen, I think everybody's opinion is very valid, and we only know what we know. And I've said since day one of all of this, anything is possible. Anything. Even though it's hard for me to, as a human, to relate, I understand that anything is possible. All right, let's bring up some of this. Chris says, I believe she may have said no, and they didn't understand the no, so they took her out. I'm really close to that. I feel so close to that right there, Chris. I really do. I really do. I believe jealousy took place on that as well. Wow. Okay. All right. Let me just bring up something real quick. We'll go ahead and start watching some of this stuff. Not that one. I just want to get to the, let's play the news first. Okay. Just the news. It's a 2-minute, just a 2-minute little thing. Just so we see what was in the news, and then we'll go on with our very favorite people. Let me figure. I got quite a few opened here. So let me share this screen. Make sure everybody can see it. Yes, we're good. We're good. I'm going to make that even bigger. All right, let's go there. Make sure everybody can see it. All right, here we go. All right, so let's listen in on this. This is, like I said, this is our source is ABC News, you guys, and this is a fair use disclaimer. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance to this content to be used for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. That is folding across the bottom of our screen. I'm sure one of my mods is going to throw it up there on in the chat. Don't come for us, YouTube. Listen, we ain't making no money off of this. Nobody cares about it. We're just interested in this, so we get together and we hang out and we discuss it. Nobody cares about money on this channel, okay, YouTube? So don't come after us. Go after those that are making money off of people's tragedy. Did I say that? Oh, I really did, and I meant it. All right, let's go. Watch your ears, guys. I can't control your volume. This is 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Like I said, this is ABC News, and it was, hold on, I want to tell you when this one came out. I'm sorry, not ABC. It's CBS Evening News, and this was reported 2 days ago. Let me give them a like, and this is what, let me go ahead and subscribe to them too. My husband had sent me when he had heard it. Make it big again. Here we go.
We also have news tonight in the case of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie, missing since February 1st. Over the months, the FBI has taken seriously at least 2 notes tied to the case, including one we can now report that claimed Nancy Guthrie had died. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti has details.
This is the only way we will have peace.
Tonight, we're revealing the contents of a note Savannah Guthrie was responding to in this video recorded on February 7th during the search for her kidnapped mother, Nancy.
We received your message, and we understand.
Sources tell CBS News the note, believed to have come from her alleged kidnapper, claimed Nancy Guthrie was dead.
We beg you now to return our mother to us.
The message was the second of 2 notes sent to the family in the first week following Nancy Guthrie's kidnapping on February 1st. The first note was sent 1 day after a doorbell camera captured this masked man appearing to tamper with the camera in the moment before Guthrie vanished. It demanded millions of dollars in cryptocurrency in exchange for Nancy Guthrie's return. The Guthrie family responded, initially hopeful she was alive. Instead, that second message arrived. The family took both notes seriously because they were written in the same language and style and came from the same computer address, according to several sources. Investigators are treating both notes as credible and are still working to determine who sent them. In the weeks that followed, video messages from the Guthries that once spoke of Nancy's safe return shifted in tone.
We are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery.
It's been 141 days since Nancy Guthrie disappeared, and not a single tip has led to her or her abductor. As for the DNA recovered from her home, the crime scene, it is still being analyzed and tested, and so far, there have been no positive hits, Tony. All right, we'll wait for more information. Jonathan, thank you very much.
All right, you guys. So there is that. All right. That's what, okay. I did not know that. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, mods, for dropping the copyright disclaimer in the chat. I appreciate you. Hey guys, why don't you do us all a solid and hit that like button? Thank you so much, Shag. Appreciate you so much. Hi, Jim Young. Nancy Guthrie was seen playing for Portugal at the World Cup. I shouldn't laugh at that, but I giggle at the silliest things, to tell you the truth. Listen, so I thought there was a new note that was sent out. Like I said, I didn't watch anything until I got on here with you guys. So that's the first time I had seen that. So when my husband told me that there was a another note sent, I didn't know they were talking about the notes that were sent prior. Now that makes a little bit more sense to me, because I couldn't understand how Savannah Guthrie went back to work. I wasn't blasting her for it. I just couldn't understand. I couldn't relate to that. You know what I mean? Like, I just couldn't relate to it. And a lot of us couldn't relate to how can you just go back to work. Now it makes a little bit more sense as to why she could have gone back to work, because they say that the FBI believed the two ransom notes. The first one that came out and said, look, we've got her. Well, you know, give us this money, blah, 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 blah. And then give us 10 hours and we'll have her returned to you. They're asking for, now remember, they were asking for 10 hours to return her. I don't know if that means that they had gone away, like 10 hours away, or if it just means we need time to process the crypto that you did, or if they're trying to throw them off that maybe she was actually kept in Tucson, but if they ask for a lot more hours, they will think she went farther away. Don't know. But it makes a little bit more sense to me how she could have gone back to work, because if they, and the news did say they believed, you know, because we know that there was like 4 or 5 notes that came in, right? And the FBI are only taken seriously, that we know right now, those 2. So the second note that came in was actually saying that she was deceased. And that's the part that just came out of that the other day. Now, I do remember us watching over and over and over. We watched all those videos of the Savannah Guthrie pleading to the public, pleading to the kidnappers, and all that. But I remember, and maybe you guys will too, remember we did see a change in her. We saw a change the way that she was almost like a defeat. I remember saying that it felt like she was defeated. And it wasn't so hopeful. The whole thing, like, we understand, when she came out and said, when they had gotten the second note or the third note, she said, we understand and we're ready to, you know, do whatever needs to be done to bring her home. And if you remember, in that one, she also said, so we can celebrate her life. You only celebrate someone's life when they die, sadly, but it's true. Gilded says, at this point, is it a deeply inside job? Because wow, it's so frustrating, isn't it? A lot of us do believe it's an inside job. We really do. I do. I believe it. I think the son-in-law either said, I think the son-in-law is the leader of this, and he may have not done it himself, but I do believe that he had someone do it. I do. I just do. And if I hope I am wrong, and if I am, I will gladly say I am. Hi, Melly Joe. Good to see you, sister. Muddle says that's how we make a living. Oh, you mean tragedy pimping? Listen, you do you. If that's how you make a living, you do you. I'm just saying, I don't do that here. Not here. Don't care about it. I just hang out with friends. Shag says, my opinion. I think it was all of the above. So, Shag, do you think that Savannah knows or has something to do with it as well? Because, so I really did think that it was going to be like bada bing, bada bang, bada bang, like really fast. Like, I mean, she's the mother of someone who's known worldwide. This is, she's been on TV before. Everybody's seen her. I mean, I don't watch the Today Show anymore, but everybody knows Savannah Guthrie, right? So I really thought it was I never in my wildest dreams did I think. And because so we are on day 143. The more this goes on, you guys, I just believe even stronger that inside job. Absolutely. Oh, are you oh, you're at the craft retreat, Mel. I hope you're having so much fun, sister. You needed that retreat. Send us pictures, what you're making. Thank you for popping in. Stag says yes. Do you remember her saying to let her go, return her so they can celebrate her? And everyone thought she had passed when she had said that. Right, exactly. But because, I mean, there's some people that listen, there's some people today that even probably after hearing them release that information out of there, that it was that there was a note sent that said that she was already dead. There's still people that believe that she's alive. But yeah, I remember the tone changing, Shag. The tone really changed, and it was like defeat. That's what I felt like, just defeat. All right, let's get in here with let's watch this because this comes off of Entertainment Tonight, you guys. It's only another 2-minute 13-second video. I don't know if I'm going to get clicked for this one, but I'll stop it in the middle of it just so that if they try to get me, then I can just say no, like relook. But I want to show you guys where Savannah is actually talking on the Today Show, and we already know the Today Show has already dinged me once. So that's why I'm using Entertainment Tonight. So Savannah is actually talking about this new information that came out about her mom. It's only 2 minutes. We're going to watch it. This was just played a day ago on Entertainment Tonight, so they might have I don't know. Either Savannah talked about this on the Today Show yesterday or the day before. I'm not sure which one. So let me bring this up. Let's hear what she has to say about it. Let's see. What one was it? Nope. Yes. All right, so let me share this. You guys, once again, I am going to stop it like midway through because I just don't want to get any copyrights or anything like that. Thank you all so much for being here. Join the conversation. Kick off your shoes. Get you a cuppa. Get you some coffee or something. You guys, I'm not even double fisting tonight. I've only got coffee. Get you what you want. Get in here. Have a discussion with us. Your opinion is important to us too. And you're not going to get bashed for your opinion. You don't have to agree with anything that I say at all or anybody else. Let's just remember to be adults. And if we can't understand each other's way of thinking or talking, we just agree to disagree. That's it. All right. So let's go ahead. Let me make sure this is big for you guys over here so you guys can see it. And we're going to go ahead and play it. Watch your ears, y'all. Watch your ears. Here we go.
Comment on the story, and I'm not involved in our coverage, but I can't pretend I'm not here. And so since I am, I wanted to just take the opportunity to ask people to beg people to come forward. We are in agony. And we cannot be at peace. We need your help. We're begging for your help. Please do the right thing for us, for our family, for our children.
An emotional plea from Savannah Guthrie Tuesday as the Today team covers new revelations in the case of her missing mom, Nancy, who was apparently.
Let's stop it right there just a minute and commentate so I don't get in trouble. But every time I see Nancy Guthrie's picture like this, you guys, my heart just is like, oh. It just makes it so real to me. It just, I don't know. Like looking at Savannah, no offense, and Nancy's other children, it just feels like strangers. But when I see Nancy Guthrie's picture, it just feels different. That's when my heart is just crushed for them.
Apparently abducted for ransom in early February.
According to 3 people familiar with the matter, the second of 2 notes sent to media outlets from an alleged kidnapper following the 84-year-old's disappearance indicated that Nancy had died.
Now, we knew about those letters, but this is the first time we're learning what was said. Note number 2 coming just days after an initial demand for millions in Bitcoin. The alleged kidnapper claiming Nancy's death was accidental. An Arizona TV station reportedly receiving a note saying Nancy is buried in nature.
All right, I'm going to stop it right there again, and then after that, I'll let it play through. But this reminds me of something. We dogged TMZ, and a lot of us have always said, no ransom note is going to go to TMZ. They're not a reliable news source station. They are paparazzi. We all know that. So we all said that's bullshit. Like, we don't believe those ransom notes. But the ones that were sent to the real news station right there in Tucson, I was still questionable about it. And I think a lot of us were still questionable about it because there has been a lot of like serial killers that used to send messages, handwritten messages before the computer to news stations, taunting the news to come and find them. We know those people, right? So it wasn't out of the realm of possibility when I heard that some ransom was going to the news. It was the TMZ crap, which I'm not saying that they didn't get letters. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but no reputable, like, you're serious about, look, I just kidnapped your mom. Like, I'm going to need some cold, hard cash, people. I'm not sending it over to Harvey Levin. Are you fucking kidding me? Of course you would send it to the news, or of course you would send it to the police station or whatever. So, yeah, let's keep going.
Correspondence prompting this cryptic response from Savannah and her siblings on February 7th.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her.
E.T. was on the plaza when Savannah made her tearful return to work in April.
I love you guys and I love this place, and this is unusual and unprecedented to say the least.
The anchor and her family still desperately seeking answers as authorities search for new leads.
This is a new story today that is on your radar, but this is the life that my sister lives, that I live, that my brother lives, that our extended families live, that our children live every day. And we are in agony. And so please, if you're watching, yes, no matter how small, the reward is there. You can tell us. It can be anonymous. We love our mom and we'll never stop looking for her. Never.
Well, there you guys go. There you go. I'm sure she said more on her show, but I can't show it because, like I said, the Today Show does not allow us to use their stuff. I want to jump back in chat and see what you guys had to say just watching that. Thank you, Lou, for throwing in our copyright disclaimer. I appreciate that. The rest of the family as well, because they'll go to prison. Shag says, wait, hold on. Shag said, no, not Savannah. I feel like she's very innocent, like she believes her family. But the sad part is when it comes out, and I'm sure it's going to, not only has she lost her mother, but she'll lose the rest of her family as well because they'll go to prison. You're correct. Yeah. And listen, I hope none of them are involved in it, but it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't at this point, it doesn't make sense that it could be anything unless you guys could point me to it and give me something else to think about, give my brain something else to soak on. The only thing that makes sense is an inside job. The only thing. Hi, let me see. Lord Alcatraz. They definitely did it and had some involvement. Yes, I'm right there with you. I think most of us are, especially at this point. Shag said it's so dead. She said to be in her new. Yeah, she still had hope, but she did know as far as that. But as her family being involved, she believes them. She doesn't think they're involved. She doesn't know. Oh, you know what? I don't know if I could even live to that, you guys, knowing that one of my siblings or all of my siblings and their spouses took my mother away. I just can't imagine. I can't imagine. Lord Alcatraz says, I seen the Lori Daybell case. I know how deep the rabbit holes go. That's right. You're right. Alex, hello, Luppa. Good to see you, my friend. 2 words, body language. Agreed. 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 I don't think, what do you guys think about the brother? A lot of people did think that the brother, Savannah Guthrie's brother, was also involved. I don't think he is. I think he's just as much out of the loop as Savannah is. I think this totally falls on tomato hot sauce dude and his wife Annie. I really do. Savannah must know everyone is sus on her sister and Tommaso, but has never spoken out in their defense. The silence seems to say so much. Right. Exactly. Exactly. I feel like I feel like the FBI knows too, you guys. I feel like they know. And there's just not enough yet. There's not enough because remember, we talked about it. It's easy. It's kind of easy to get an arrest, right? But do you have enough evidence to get a conviction? And that is where it's frustrating because there's been lots. There's lots out there now of these types of crimes where they know exactly who did it, but there's not enough for a conviction. And truly, you get only one shot, right? If the jury comes back and says not guilty, that's it, over. No one pays for it. So you really only got one shot. They have to do it right. And we already know that it was so screwed up in the beginning when the sheriff was really doing this and all that weird stuff that was going on that none of us could understand. Yeah, so there's that. Hi, Tosh. Good to see you, Tish Tosh. By gosh. Never stop looking for her. I mean, listen, if they found her tomorrow, it's 143 days today. We would have to look up and see how long, depending on if I just don't believe that even if they buried her, that they would have been able to bury her far enough down in that amount of time, unless this was planned, mind you, in that amount of time that the animals wouldn't have gotten to her. Y'all let me know what you think about that. Lulu says, Shag, you're the only chatter in here. Would you like to join us in the other stream? It's so sad because her and her mom were so close, and I just don't feel that the rest of the family were as close and were jealous. Wow. Isn't that sad, though? That's terrible. That's terrible. I'm doing very well, Alex. It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. Miss Barbara says, I don't think. I'm not sure what you don't think. Hope everybody's doing good. I've missed you guys so much. I'm so glad we're getting back into it. I miss everything. Why is this information just now being released? Well, so the reward is up to $1.5 million. I don't understand. I mean, listen, I would turn every one of you in for $100. And I would turn my family in for a cool G, a grand. No, serious. I've often wondered, because I do believe there were two people there that night involved. And I've often wondered, is the reason why the ransom has not been, that nobody's come forward, is that maybe one of them or both of them are dead that kidnapped her. I mean, if there was only two people involved in this, if there was only two that knew about it, they were only two involved in it. If one of those people killed the other one, nobody's going to find out. They're taking that to their grave. But if you leave anybody who had any knowledge of it alive, you take the chance of going to prison and possibly facing death, right? So, I mean, I'm not a killer, you guys, but if it was me and I was going to do something like this, the minute somebody put out $1 million, hell, the minute somebody put out $250, the person who acted with me is going to have to die because I'm not going to jail. I'm not. And that's that. So, or if tomato hot sauce dude is actually the one that is, which I believe is the brains behind all this, are the two perpetrators dead? And is he just waiting for, I think in Arizona, the statute of limitations for a death, I think in Arizona, we looked it up, I think it's 3 years. In 3 years, you can, if there's no body found, you can request the courts to declare someone deceased. And at that point is when you can file for insurance. We don't know for sure yet, you guys. We don't know for sure who is in charge of her insurance. Surely she has death insurance. Her daughter's got a lot of money. Surely she's got some death insurance. Who's over her estate? Who would benefit from her being dead? It wouldn't be Savannah. Savannah's got everything she could want and need. Her brother he's a retired fighter pilot. You guys, he's got some pretty good money. I don't think it is him. That just leaves those two people, the daughter and the son-in-law. And I think that, and I could be wrong, but this is me speculating. I have nothing to prove it. That Nancy, mama, was paying some bills, and maybe she was cutting them off. Maybe she was like, you two can get 2 jobs and pay your own way. Maybe she had enough of taking care of her grown-ass kids. We don't know. So why is the information being released now? I think it's being released now because they're in hope. I think they've already got most of that DNA back, and it doesn't point to anybody that they already don't know about. I don't think they've got any kind of real clues as to pointing at anybody. Now, part of me thinks that the FBI knows who did. I think that if it was Tomasco hot sauce dude, I think the FBI is already onto him, but they just need to get enough evidence against him to prosecute him and get a guilty. If they don't know anything about it, they're putting it out there in hopes that somebody knows something and will squeal. That they know, look, we know mom's gone. We're going to give you a little bit more. We're going to throw the fishing line out a little bit farther to catch a bigger fish. That's what I think. That's what I think. But it is scary to think that she did another plea. If you know something, say something, come forward. We're in agony, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It could go both ways. I mean, that could go where the police are telling her, look, we're gonna release this part. We need you to do another plea so that if it is her brother, that one of her brother's friends will come, her brother-in-law will come forward and say, look, I know, I know, and get the money. So, but then it could be the other way that the FBI doesn't have any clue and they're hoping somebody saw something or know something or heard something and they're using that. There's $1.5 million. We don't know yet. It's all just speculation at this point. That's all we can go on. Hi, Indoor Kid. It's so good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Alex says, why is this information being released now? Okay. I think they're going to keep giving us information. I think it's just going to be until they catch somebody, they're going to keep throwing stuff at us. Indoor Kid says, did you know that homelessness rates have increased to the point where there's over a million homeless now? 8 years ago, the head count in shelters nationwide was 200 to 300K. That's over 700K homeless population increase in less than 10 years. The largest increase in homeless population are women over 50 and old lady in your home. The GOP, I knew this was going somewhere. The GOP are directly putting your mothers and grandmothers on the street. Appreciate so much the information on that, Indoor Kid, and that is a live for another time. Right now, we are staying on topic and we're covering Nancy Guthrie. I'm not going political tonight. Just not going to happen. I don't feel like it. People keep talking about empathy, but I don't see it. I've seen people put their mothers in homeless shelters while they go home. I'd sell everyone for a can of 7-Up. Yes, you would, Alex. Possum says, gee, thanks. We love you too, Leanie. Possum, you'd sell me out for $50. That's all right. What are the Lulu wants to know from Ma Barb, what are the locals saying? Are there thoughts, gossip in the area as to what happened to Nancy? Yeah, that would be really nice to know. That would be really, really nice to know. And what does the locals think about all the bodies? I know there's at least 8 bodies that have been found since they've been looking for Nancy. Irish says, Indoor Kids, this is the 3rd stream I've seen you troll with. Oh, Irish Rose is going to get on to you. Listen, Indoor Kid. I'll be happy to do a live on it later, but we're just not doing it tonight. Shaq says, no, I believe he's involved to a point. Don't like him stating that it was a kidnapping for money and talents. Savannah, it was her fault. That's something to think about too. But I don't know, Shag. I kind of believe that it's just his line of work. He was a fighter pilot. He's been to war, so he would think differently. That's the way that I view it. But you could be right as well. Miss Barbara says her internet just went down. I can't remember now. Shag just joined the stream. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. Her daughter, her son-in-law, maybe her son as well. Okay. Irish Rose, so good to see you, honey. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate you. Listen, take your shoes off, honey. Get comfortable, get you a cuppa, and come and have a discussion with us. Knight says, why does no one suspect the person on the camera might be a woman? They might have padding. I wonder about the eyes and the hips since day one and have wondered about that. Well, I mean, when I first saw it, the first picture I saw was the eyes, and I was like, oh, holy hell, this is a woman. I really did think that. Was like, they got beautiful eyes, beautiful eyelashes. I'm so jealous. And then when I kept looking, to me, the body shape just looked like a guy. And to me, the confirmation came from the police department when they put out that they were looking for a male. So, and this is what you have to remember too, Night, is um, they have seen more footage than they put out, right? There's more footage. I could pull up the footage of the guy on the porch. Get down, Laramie. I can pull up footage on the porch where they show him walking up to the porch, like messing with the Ring camera, turning around, walking away, grabbing the foliage out of the ground, then walking back up to the camera. I could show you 3 places where that video by itself has been spliced, where they took stuff out of it. Why? I don't know. But they're hiding something. Are they hiding a car being pulled up? We don't know. We don't have a timeline on that, right? So that's why I think when the police came out and said that they were looking for a male, that they have more video and they know for sure that it's a male. So that's why I'm not speaking that way toward the woman. Nope, I think it's a son-in-law. I have from the beginning. Me too. I know some people, little things change every now and then, like something. It's kind of like putting a piece of puzzle together. You think you got to, you know, you're adding pieces to it and you're going along, and then somebody throws a piece of puzzle on the table that fell on the floor, and that's the piece you were looking for. And then sometimes the piece you're trying to put in there just doesn't fit. So I feel like that's what I'm doing, and I feel like that's what a lot of other people are doing, like, and using a lot of common sense, because that's all we have to go off of right now, other than what the police are putting out. So good thinking there. The perp did seem to have facial hair, but it may have been fake too. That's true. Hi, Tom Hawk. Good to see you. The end is near. Turn to Jesus before it's too late. The fact that you are seeing this, a loving warning from God in heaven and hell, is real. Whether you believe or not in Jesus, is coming soon. Repent from your sins. God bless you, and thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Alex says, I thought the perp was supposedly female. Irish says, the sister took care of her. The husband is sus, probably jealous of Savannah, seen it before. Yeah, and then people were talking about money problems and things like that. So we don't know. We don't know. Shag says, I'm going to tell you, from all of the streams that I watched with the YouTubers and everything, those locals, there's something in the damn water there, because they are strange. Well, we do have 2 people that come in here and hang out here that are both from Tucson. So y'all, we got boots on the ground in Tucson too. Super excited about that. Oh, you've already got your tea ready. You are on it, Irish Rose, and I love your name. Lulu said, I thought it was weird. The brother pointed fingers at Savannah right away. Was a bit cold and heartless, especially when it had only just happened. No one knew if she was even abducted at that point. Right. Shag says, in my opinion, one of the pictures did look like it could have been a female, but the porch pirate there, monster, whatever you want to call him, it was definitely a male. Lulu says, I did think the eyes were a match to that Lucas fellow. I'm placing bets on him being the door cam fella. Well, that's hi, Jane Rice. Good to see you, honey. Thank you for coming in. That's very, very possible, because listen, I'm here to tell you that it very well could have been members of the band, people in California. You know the guy who was arrested for sending in a fake or calling in a fake ransom. He was arrested in California for it, dickhead. He tomato hot sauce dude ran in the same circles as that guy. They both are a part of different bands, and they used to play at different, I don't know if you know this about him, but they used to play in the same circle. So like Tomato Hot Sauce Dude would go to a venue and play his set, and then the guys band from California used to play the same venue. They're just small band kind of people. So you know, who knows? Will one of those guys talk? Are they even alive? Jack says, you are so correct. I said the same thing. All right, you guys, you know who I got to go to. You know it. You know I got to go to my girl. We're going to go straight to my girl, y'all, because and y'all know who it is. She's my boo thing, y'all. Nancy Grace is my boo thing. I used to hate her when I first started watching true crime back in the day. Oh, I wanted to punch her in the throat so bad. The older I get, the more I understand Nancy Grace, and I feel like she's my boo thing, and she don't even know really about me other than I know she copies my content because we've seen her and proved it. All right, that's a little jokey poo, but she has. But anyways, Nancy Grace is my boo thing, y'all. And I have not watched Nancy Grace in over 3 weeks, just to let you guys know that. So we're going to watch some Nancy Grace, see what she has to say about this whole thing, because I think she's damn smart. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I've got other stuff that we're going to watch as well. Other people's opinion on this. We'll stop. We'll commentate. I'll keep reading chat. Put in chat whatever. Listen, we do not have to agree with each other. If you don't agree with anything I said, if you want to, the only thing that I just cannot jump on that ship with you is that the aliens took her. I can't jump on that ship. I just can't do it. I can't. Or that she was taken for political reasons. I can't jump on that ship with you either. Anything else, you guys, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's not. And I love chat, and I love talking to chat, and I love hearing everybody's opinion, and you're not going to get blasted for it here. You do not have to agree with me at all. We just act like adults and put our opinion out there, have a discussion about it, try to fit it into our puzzle that we got going on about this case. And if it doesn't fit, then it doesn't. If the shoe don't fit, you must acquit. Irish Rose says, me too. I didn't like her either, but now I do. All right, let's bring up my boo thing, y'all. Let's bring her in here. All right, here we go, y'all. And when she blinks her eyes, I listen. Whoa, 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 Chris Madonna. Nancy Grace is my favorite person in the world to mimic too, just so you guys know that. There's my girl. She looks like she's lost some weight. You're looking good, Nance. You're looking good, Nance. And I'm not even mad at you for having the same hairdo for the last 30 years, because I've had the same hairdo for 30 years too. You're looking good, girl. You're looking good. All right, you guys have to watch your own ears, because I can't control your volume. I can only control it from here. I'm going to make this bigger. If y'all aren't subbed up to Nancy Grace, what's my boosting? Y'all got to get on my level. Get on my level. Let's see. Where's the like? I got to hit the like. We love our Nancy. All right, you guys, this is Nancy Grace. Perp regrets accident, demands millions. That's what this is. This was put out. She dropped this 1 day ago on Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. So here we go. Let's listen into what my boo thing has to say. Oh, let me make it bigger.
Tonight, the good, the bad, and the ugly emerging in the investigation as a haunting new clue emerges. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
No problem, Nance. You are my girl.
In the last weeks, the FBI has confirmed that they obtained DNA from inside Nancy Guthrie's home.
A possible suspect. There's possible new information. Pima County, not just.
Hold on a second. Orwell, Orwell, you can't come in here telling Nancy to shut the fuck up. You just can't. I love her. She's my boo thing. You just can't do that. You just got to sit back and grin and bear it. Get you some liquor or something. I don't know, Orwell. But we can't dog out Nancy. I love me some Nancy, okay? Thank you, Lulu, for dropping our copyright disclaimer in chat. And we've got it scrolling at the bottom. YouTubes, do not come for us.
Again, nobody providing us with a lot of information on this, Nancy.
Tonight, a disturbing fact emerges from within the high-profile investigation. Insiders now state the details behind the scenes classification of the, quote, good, the bad, and the ugly evidence that has defined this case, and the very, very serious regrets from within the investigation. What are we learning tonight? Straight out to Crime Stories investigative reporter Dave Mack. The good, the bad, the ugly. I don't like the sound of that when we are talking about the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. What is that? The good, the bad, the ugly.
Basically talking about the emails that were reaching out, the ransom notes, Nancy, that came in. The good, the bad, the ugly. The good, Howard Bloom, Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist, says that the good ones are the first ransom notes, Nancy, that were sent to local television stations in that market. He said those were the good ones. He believes those were the true ones. Remember how Savannah talked about believing a couple of the ransom notes were real? That's the good.
Hold on. Let me focus on what you just said, Dave Mack. You're stating that Blum has learned that the good portions of the investigation, as he describes it, are nuggets of information correctly describing, for instance, what Nancy Guthrie was wearing the night she was kidnapped. The emails in the, quote, good evidence includes an early on email asking for $4 million ransom, stating that Mrs. Guthrie was, quote, safe but scared, ending in two very disturbing words, or else. Okay. Joining us right now, a very special guest who has had access to inside information in the case. It's Howard Bloom, renowned author, investigative journalist. He just recently published a 2-part investigation series for Airmail Inside the Search for Nancy Guthrie. He is also author of multiple books, the most recent, When the Night Comes Falling, a requiem for the Idaho student murders. Howard, thank you for being with us tonight. First of all, you have classified the investigation evidence into 3 categories: the good, the bad, the ugly. I've read your reasoning and I do not disagree with it. Explain.
The ransom notes, according to the investigators who've been involved in the case from the beginning, are divided into 3 distinct types. They've called them colloquially the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good notes are the 2 notes that came in early on in the case, just within days after the abduction. And this was followed by another note. These had, the investigators believe, IP addresses, crypto wallets that made sense.
That is incredibly important that we are learning at this hour late in the game that her pajamas, her outfit, specifically what she was wearing, was accurately described. Now we know that she was carted out of the home wearing her pajamas. And we know that because Savannah Guthrie told us that very important and critical fact.
It is surreal. How is it possible that we are having to make a video speaking to a kidnapper who took an 84-year-old woman in the dead of night in her pajamas?
All right, we're going to stop right there, jump into chat, see what you guys have to say, if you have anything to say. But I do have something to say. Listen, watching that, I don't know how you guys felt about watching that whole interview with Hoda Kotb, y'all. That was so painful for me to get through, not because of what Savannah was saying, like my heart did break for her, but every time Hoda Kotb was going, hmm, 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 hmm. Y'all, listen, I just wanted to choke her out. Seriously, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie at all. I wanted to choke a bitch out. I was like, mute her mic. Mute that. I would have been totally a Nancy Grace. I'd have been like, cut his mic, cut her mic, because that was disturbing to have to listen to. I can't even tell you. The other thing I wanted to say was this. Remember the very first, that was the second ransom note that they were talking, that Savannah was talking about on here, about when we found out what she was wearing. Remember, she wasn't wearing shoes either. And she didn't have a coat or nothing on. She just was in her jammies. But remember the first thing that they said, that the police did not come out and tell us. Savannah's the one that told us, I think. Was it Savannah that told us? But when they first put out about her being abducted, they didn't tell us about an Apple Watch, remember? We didn't get told that until the ransom note came out, that the Apple Watch was what they were going by as far as a timeline as to when her not the pacemaker, defibrillator pacemaker, which one was it? Forget. When that thing it didn't connect anymore to her Apple Watch. So she had gotten far enough away that the Apple Watch was not recording her pacemaker anymore. Remember that? So, that's what made me, I was sitting there thinking, the ransom notes, and I think I said it on my live, the ransom notes, and I've said it on this one too, I know I'm just repeating myself, that went out to the regular news station, not TMZ, not TMZ. That was all bullshit. I'm not saying Harvey Levin lied. I don't know. That's none of my business, okay? But it was someone looking for clout that sent it to him. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that do that. So, here we go. Wow, I didn't realize Alex said she was 84. Yeah, I got PTSD from that. Me too, Toxie. Oh my God. I wanted to choke that bitch out so bad. Knight says, the persons definitely knew the house real well, don't you think? Oh, absolutely. 100%. 100%, Knight. Correct. All right, let's keep going with this. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. All right, y'all, let's just get through here in Hoda. Oh, well, it was difficult.
With no shoes, without her medicine. This little person.
That from our friends at Today. Savannah's pain just below the surface. So we knew, since Savannah stated that she was taken out in her pajamas. But tonight, to Joseph Scott Morgan, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, star of a hit new podcast series, Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan. But for our purposes, forensic expert and death scene investigator with over 10,000 death scenes under his belt of all types, including the only possibilities: accidental, natural causes, suicide, unexplained, and homicide. This is critical. So the world knew that she was taken out in her pajamas after Savannah told us that, but now we're learning this early on ransom note specifically described exactly what her pajamas looked like. That's critical.
Yes, of course it is. That gives you intimate inside knowledge that this individual would have had relative to how she was dressed that night. That puts you in the same space because you've got confirmatory comments from Savannah. Think about that and how valuable that is, Nancy. And so that's kind of real-time information, isn't it? When you marry that up, and also you begin to think about, well, she's talking about how diminutive her mom is, how helpless she is, these sorts of things. And I find it interesting that the kidnappers might very well understand how critical it is to take care of her health. how important it is that she is in fact fragile, and trying to reassure the family that she's okay for right now. So I would think that they would, this gives me an indication from an investigative standpoint, they've got inside information about her, Nancy. That's what I've always thought about this, that they've been observing, they've been watching.
You know, I think this is critical, to put it mildly. Brian Fitzgibbons is joining us. He is the Director of Operations at USPA Nationwide Security. What does that mean? He leads a team of investigators that go around the world finding and extracting missing people, including in Mexico, which is relevant to tonight's program. Brian Fitzgibbons, we're just learning they could identify and describe her pajamas. That's a big deal. And if we're learning that tonight, what else in that original ransom note was specific? That is a big screw up, to put it extremely mildly.
Yeah, that's a major deal. And that's something that early on we were speculating about, that what about these early communications? What did it include? Did it describe Mrs. Guthrie's bedroom? Did it describe how she was taking out? Did it describe what she was wearing? And what Howard Bloom's uncovered is that it may have had a number of those elements that describe the specifics that only the abductors would know. So that confirms to what extent possible the veracity of these early communications to the news outlets.
Back to
All right, let's stop it right here. I want to jump into chat really quick. Welcome, Blazer. Thank you for coming in. Welcome, Leland. Good to see you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you so much. Knight says her blood could be from someone trying to cut on her pacemaker to disable it. I'm a Scorpio. We love to analyze. Sorry, I love to analyze too. And I'm a Leo, but I don't like telling people I'm a Leo because I always hear bad things about Leos. Nobody likes a Leo. Maybe I was born earlier or later than I was supposed to be. I don't know. Leland says, what's his name with the blonde hair? You mean the dude that was just on Nancy's panel right there? I forgot what his name is, to tell you the truth. Welcome back, Ma Barb. She about threw a hissy fit, you guys. But if I threw myself on the floor, I wouldn't be able to get back up. Rich white people don't prosecute, think JonBenet Ramsey. Guilt killed her mom. Ooh, hold on, there was a bug. Oh, I don't do. That's the bad thing about being blonde, you guys. I'm telling you, you know those little beetle bugs that hang around your lights outside? I've got my door open so the dogs can come in and out. And I swear to you guys, they ping me in the head all the time because the lights, I guess, just make my head glow. So I'm constantly being pinged in the head by a bug. Y'all, real life problems. Sorry, Blazer. Let me get back to you. Rich white people don't get prosecuted, I think. Think JonBenet Ramsey. Guilt killed her mom and dad alive, kicking with a new wife. Wow, so you think the parents really had something to do with that? I did for a long time. I don't so much anymore. And I hope one day they figure it out. Even if it was the parents, I hope that it's figured out. That's sad that's one of the saddest crimes that has not been figured out yet. That's really sad. Don't apologize, Knight. All theories except aliens welcome here. Right on. I can't jump on the alien thing. I just can't. Tashi says I'm a Leo like you. See, everybody hates Leos. Mary Jane, don't be bringing in your alien stuff here, girl. Knight, would it be easier just to turn off Bluetooth? Your Scorpio, Alex says. Let's see. That's just too bad. I'm a Leo as well. I'll have to tell you guys a story one time. So I don't like it really kind of hurt my feelings, and I don't have many feelings to hurt, and I don't get hurt easy. I don't even get offended. But I that's something else to talk about later as to why I don't like telling people I'm a Leo. All right, let's jump back into this one right here.
Howard Bloom, renowned author, investigative journalist, he just dropped a 2-part investigative series for Airmail, Inside the Search for Nancy Guthrie. Howard, talk about a missed opportunity, to put it mildly.
The people who are running the investigation now are basically a special task force that involves FBI members, about 20 of them, and approximately 5 members of the Tucson homicide detective department. And looking back on things, they've come up with a unique way of expressing how the case went bad. They call it the Big Jake's theory. What does that mean? Well, Big Jake was a 1971 John Wayne Western that was filmed about 400 miles north, part of it at least, from Nancy Guthrie's residence. And in that movie, Big Jake's grandson is kidnapped. They immediately decide to pay the ransom money, but Big Jake, John Wayne, tough as nails John Wayne, is going to go. He's going to get the ransom money back, and he's also going to get his grandson back. What the investigators decided to do at the beginning of this case, when they got the initial $4 million ransom demand that seemed legitimate, that made sense to everyone involved, they decided to be a little either cautious or cute, depending upon whom you're speaking to. They didn't want to risk the money, which now seems rather foolish, because their one chance to get Nancy back, money deposited into a crypto wallet, could have been traced, and then when the money was taken out, because money in the crypto wallet is not really any good to kidnappers unless they can spend it. As soon as that money leaves the wallet, the FBI would have pounced on them.
So instead of paying the ransom, they try to decoy, in effect, Howard Bloom?
What they decided to do instead was what they call tickling the wire. That's the term the FBI agents use. And that means basically they deposit a small amount into the wallet and see if that would make the kidnappers respond. How small was that amount? Oddly, it was $152. And the money just laid there dormant inside the wallet. They never touched it. And any chance of getting Nancy Guthrie back alive, the investigators believe, evaporated in that period when the FBI tried to be perhaps too shrewd and tickle the wire rather than pay the money and get Nancy back.
So tonight we're learning the truth about that unusual amount of money that had been put into the crypto wallet of the kidnapper who wrote the ransom note, who accurately and in great detail described Nancy Guthrie's pajamas the night she was kidnapped. Dave Mack, I recall distinctly when that happened.
The $152 deposit was made on February 10th. That was the day that the FBI went out there and tried to get some type of action, okay? The ransom people were expecting this money in that Bitcoin wallet, and that's the day money or Bitcoin was transferred. The problem was that it wasn't enough money for anybody to do anything. It was a wasted opportunity, Nancy. $152 is not going to get somebody to roll over on their compatriots in a kidnapping scheme where they want millions. That's what it amounted to, is a lost opportunity.
Brian Fitzgibbons joining us. This is your bread and butter. What do you think now that we're learning what really happened?
Yeah, I think confirming that these initial messages were authentic, and then to hear that $152 were sent. And hey, I'll say I'm not an expert in hostage negotiations. This doesn't seem like that move made any sense. And as Howard Bloom has identified, this was a huge lost opportunity.
I mean, hold on. Brian Fitzgibbons. Wait a minute. I think I need to shrink. Joining us, Dr. Janie Lacey, psychotherapist, CEO of Life Counseling, author of How to Heal from a Toxic Relationship, host of Let's Talk About It with Janie Lacey. Dr. Lacey, thank you for being with us. Dr. Lacey, I don't know if in your practice you deal with hardened criminals, killers, dope lords. I do and did face to face every day for over a decade, you don't play with them. You do not negotiate with them. It doesn't work. For instance, if I was doing a plea negotiation and I said, this is my best offer, 20 to serve. If they didn't take it, I had to go to trial. I could not back down. Once I said, this is it, you can't back down. So when you were dealing with people that would kidnap Nancy Guthrie, an 84-year-old lady in the middle of the night, dragging her out without shoes, blood all over the front porch, let's have a little reality check right now. Give me a shot of Nancy Guthrie's blood on the porch, which is another whole thing to Joe Scott when I get to it. There are reports now that the blood trail seemingly went in a different direction than what we were led to believe. That's a whole nother can of worms we'll get into. But Dr. Janie Lacey, you don't play with these people. Dangling $152, they probably all just laughed.
Well, you said it, Nancy. Like perpetrators who target seniors, it's not random. They're calculated. They're looking for someone they perceive as vulnerable, and they mean business. They're intentional. They watch. They pick. I mean, they plan. They assess, and they actually were giving something. And at this potential opportunity that was missed, right, we also know that predators operate on patterns, how they select, how they approach, where they go, who they go after. I mean, there are patterns in behavior, and that's how we can that's how you catch these people, and that's how we understand them. So when there's an opportunity that was missed, I also think about the family and the exponential trauma that occurred with this potential critical mistake.
Those photos you were seeing are from our friends at Fox News, straight back to renowned author, investigative reporter Howard Bloom.
All right, so I want to stop there because I do want to talk about the blood real quick. Flynn had some very interesting things to say, and I want to go back to some of it. So Flynn thinks, just to paraphrase real quick, that the kidnapping actually happened at the dinner table. I think what Flynn is trying to get across to us is, if we remember, supposedly Nancy had gone over to her children's house, Annie and Tomato Hot Sauce Dude's house, for dinner that night, correct? That's what we were told. And then we were told that a family member, well, first we heard it was Tomato Hot Sauce Dude, the son-in-law, is the one that brought her home. And then the police decided that was too much information, so they retracted it and said the family brought her home. Okay. What Flynn is saying is that she never made it back home, that she was actually kidnapped from the dinner table. I'm guessing this is what he means, or she means, that she was kidnapped from the dinner table that she was sitting at, and the blood, there happened to be blood there. The blood was brought back over to her house to stage the scene. Okay, listen, I'm like everybody else. That's not out of the realm of possibility, but I do have some questions for you about it. And this is what the question, this is my take on it, why I believe that she did make it home, and that she was kidnapped from the house. And that has to do with just like Lulu said, the smartwatch. We know that in one of the ransom notes, it came out that the smartwatch was plugged in next to her bedside table on the bed. We know that at 2, I'm a little rusty on it, at 2 something in the morning is when the smartwatch quit recording her pacemaker. Now, when we have done a whole deep dive into what pacemakers do, what defibrillators do, what all that does, how it hooks up to a smartwatch, how it responds to a smartwatch, or a cell phone, right? We've done the whole thing. We've done all the research on it. It will only record so many feet away from the smartwatch or the phone, whichever one or both that you are using to monitor your heart. Okay, so because the smartwatch was hooked up next to her bed, it is my belief that she was in the bed. Plus, Savannah said that she was taken in the dead of the night out of her bed without shoes, medicine, a robe, or a coat. She was kidnapped from there. So that's why I'm believing that she was home. I also believe, and also the police came out and told us that. And the reason why I believe it also is because we know for a fact, even though it hasn't come out yet, it will. We know for a fact there's more footage. I can prove to you there's more footage. I just don't know how long the footage is, and I don't know what the footage shows. But we know for a fact there is more footage. And I'm almost willing to bet, I don't know, a cup of coffee on the fact that Nancy is seen on footage. So, like I said, your theory of her being kidnapped straight from tomato hot sauce dude in Annie's house is still possible. That's just the way that I'm thinking. That's how my theory is working right now, just based on the fact that the smart watch was left plugged up, and they have a timeline as to when it stopped connecting with her heart monitor. So they would have had to bring that back at 2:00 in the morning and plug it in. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying you're wrong and I'm right. I'm not saying that at all, but that's just my theory on that as well. Let me get down through here just a little bit, catch up. And the pacemaker information is provided by who? The police. And then they did supposedly, who said this? Uber to dinner. But didn't they yeah, and they didn't release the name, but they did say that they had talked to the Uber driver. Is that book worth reading? I don't know, but I do want to read it. I know he's taken Howard Bloom has taken a lot of shit for writing this book. And the family asked us not to read it, but I'm going to read it. Why not the Uber home? Good question. Very good question. Why the Uber there? Maybe because by the time she got home, it was dark. But then again, what do they care? I mean, they can see that, I mean, whoever brought her home, which I believe is tomato hot sauce dude, he didn't even have the courtesy to walk his elderly mother into the garage. Even the garage would have been nice. No. Yeah. All right, mom. See, hey, here's your house. He's chilling, sitting back, probably playing some tunes. Drops old Nancy off. Didn't even bother to get out of the car for any reason. Like I would hope that most of us would do. Make sure mom gets in the house. I mean, we know that she has trouble walking. So you would think that, hey, we're going to drop mom off, get her in the house. Mom, you need anything? You all right, dude? You okay? Because we also know that the back door was left open, right? So I don't know. I know it's not just me. I know that most people would have walked their elderly 84-year-old mother in the house and not just said, see you, sister. See you next time. I just don't think that. Was he pissed off at her? And is it the norm to walk her in the house? And that night he just happened to be pissed off at her? And he didn't? Who knows? Who knows? California Bitcoin dude staged everything. So we do know that California Bitcoin dude and tomato hot sauce dude are both in two different bands that played at the same venue. We do know that. So I believe they knew each other, yes. But didn't her pacemaker ping on the paired device next to her bed? Yeah, that's what we had heard, right? And then it quit connecting at 2:18, 2:13 in the morning. So they knew that her pacemaker was all the way up till 2 something in the morning. Her pacemaker was communicating with that Apple device that was left on her bedside plugged up. Yeah, it might have been Nanos. And look, we know that. Listen, I'm right there with you with Nanos. I think he's bananas. I think he needs to be throat punched. 2 phones manipulating. Flinner, the FBI would have examined the smartwatch device monitor too. Right. So we know also, that's another thing, that the FBI and Nanos don't get along whatsoever. And listen, if I'm sure if they could find something that would screw Nanos over, then I think they would put it out there and screw him over. Who shot JFK? Who did 9/11? No, I don't believe everything everybody tells us. No, not at all. Not at all. But I mean, I have the right to my opinion. You have the right to your opinion. And I'm not butthurt that you don't believe the way that I believe at all. Not at all. And do I believe everything that comes out of police officers' mouths? No. They're allowed to lie about everything until they're sitting in front of a judge or they sign their name to something. They're allowed to lie. So they could very well be lying to us. Absolutely. I just think when you've got 2 different entities like the Sheriff's Department and the FBI who've been working this case and they don't like each other, I just think the FBI would be like, yeah, we're going to fry that fucker because we don't like him. But that's just my opinion. You're welcome to yours too. Knight says, do they think that the sheriff is involved? He was going to get a couple million. I know a lot of people do think the sheriff's involved. I don't know. He doesn't fit my theory, but I will tell you this: he's a son of a bitch, and I hope he gets his someday. And he fucked this case up from word go. Stay the night, mom, after dinner. Who knew? So much weirdness. It's a hardcore cover up. Well, I will agree with you 100% that there's a lot of weirdness. I will agree with you 100% about that. This case is too weird. All right, let's keep going.
Who is author of his latest book, When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders. He just dropped a 2-part investigative series in Air Mail. You get it online. That's where I read it, titled Inside the Search for Nancy Guthrie. Now, you outlined the good, Howard Bloom, and the good was we can catch them. This is a real ransom note. It's credible. There are facts, the pajamas, and maybe more that lets us know this is real. They were asking at that time for $4 million. That was the good. They were that close to catching, because once you pay the money into crypto, you don't have them yet, but once they try to transfer it out of crypto into real money, that's when you catch them. So at that juncture, we know Bitcoin can be traced. Contrary to what we've been fed by so many talking heads, Bitcoin can be traced. I mean, I'm thinking of the Silk Road investigation. I'm thinking of the Zhang investigation, where millions and millions of dollars were recovered. And those were big operations. Brian Fitzgibbon's USPA Nationwide Security. It's very simple, actually. It's called a blockchain analysis. Why do they call it that? Because every transaction is recorded and it appears as if it's in a block. It's like a computer printout in a block. Then you follow this transaction to the previous transaction or to the next transaction, and it becomes a chain of transactions. It's called blockchain analysis. There have been many, many successful crypto investigations by the DOJ, by the IRS. You don't want them up your tailpipe. And they've recovered millions of dollars. So at that juncture, before the $152 tickle and tease was done, there was actually a chance to track by blockchain analysis. Brian Fitzgibbons, it's been done before.
Yeah, certainly. And you mentioned a number of the major cases, and these cryptocurrency experts within federal law enforcement have a number of tools at their disposal. But beyond that, this is a public record. The blockchain is visible. Everything that happens on the blockchain is a matter of public record. Where the abductors would run into an issue is when they began moving that money to start accessing it to turn it into actual currency outside of the blockchain, outside of Bitcoin, to redeem that. And that's where federal authorities very likely would have been able to track down the perpetrators of this crime.
We received an alleged ransom note that we forwarded on to the authorities, to the sheriff's department. The FBI called us a few hours later, wanted to, had a bunch of questions about that note. There are deadlines, I say plural, deadlines in this letter, and one is looming.
Right. If this isn't indeed a legit letter, the authorities are taking something serious from the abductors.
Now, as far as...
That's because that's why the family would sit down and make that, that video yesterday.
When the family is reaching out to say, we're ready to talk, this letter suggests no talk. That was made clear right at the beginning.
That is from our friend Harvey Levin over at TMZ. It seems like yesterday it happened, but instead of advising the Guthries to pay the ransom or a substantial part of the ransom, a tickle and tease was done instead. Okay. Then there is the bad, Howard Bloom, as you say, insiders in the investigation refer to it. What's the bad?
Well, the point was this note began with a sort of apology. The writer said that they were sorry for Nancy's death. They hadn't planned to do that. And then, as if on a dime, they turned tough. They said, we can make a deal. You pay this or else. And meaning, or else they'll never see the body of Nancy Guthrie again. In response to this note, Savannah Guthrie made an Instagram post the next day, and she pleaded for, basically, we need closure. Please, we want to be united with her mother. She didn't concede that her mother was dead, but that was the implication that I got from that posting by Savannah Guthrie.
Well, Howard Bloom, what you're theorizing seems to be corroborated by one of Savannah's statements.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us and we will pay.
Straight out to Joe Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, what Savannah says right there. Remember when we first heard that? It sounded as if she wanted to have a celebration of life.
Yeah.
But we chose to interpret it that she believed Miss Guthrie was still alive and they would celebrate when she got home. But what Howard Bloom is stating about the good, the bad, and the ugly from inside the investigation as it relates to the evidence, this seems to corroborate it.
Yeah, it does. And the veil has been ripped in two, right? At this point in time, you begin to see how actually ugly this is, and disregard, I think, to a great degree. Let me tell you what the good, the bad, and the ugly are here, are specifically the really bad and the really ugly. When you go back to that first point where they're talking about tickling the wire, guess who's going to receive the brunt of the anger relative to this? This is going to be Mrs. Guthrie. All right. So if you think the blood evidence at the scene at her home was something, she's going to get the full on bad treatment here as she is in the custody of these people. And Lord only knows what has happened to her at this point in time, but apparently Savannah has taken this as confirmation that her mother is no longer with us. Now, the trick is, I think at this point in time, to try to determine who actually perpetrated this, who did it, and where Mrs. Guthrie's remains are, if we are to go down this road, and that's very, very important.
Nancy, a couple of things have come up that are just shocking. We had the first 2 email ransom demands that are considered to be credible. Well, there was a third. It arrived on February 6th, and it came from the same IP address of the ransom demands that had mentioned the broken floodlight out on the back porch and what Nancy Guthrie was wearing when she went to bed the night she was kidnapped. So those 2 were considered credible, and this email came from the same IP address as the first 2. But in this one, after the previous email claiming that Nancy Guthrie was safe but scared, this email on February 6th apologizes for accidentally killing Nancy Guthrie. The writer of this letter claims they killed her, and it's just shocking and disturbing. But while admitting to, quote, accidentally killing Nancy Guthrie, the writer of this email wants $4 million in Bitcoin to return the body to the family. Now, the very next day after this email was received, the next day, Savannah did a video for Instagram or on Instagram with her brother Cameron and sister Annie, where they said they wanted their mother back so they could celebrate. Remember? Well, that came the day after the email about accidentally killing her.
So, Howard, what now?
At this point, it's a desperation strategy for the investigators. It's pretty hard to judge if a tip is valid or not, but you really have to follow them up because you've got nothing else. They've played all their cards, and now what the investigators are basically doing at this point, as it has been explained to me, is they're waiting for the one tip to come in which will explain things. I mean, there's reward money offered for a tip. The Guthrie family is willing to pay too. I think something will eventually, they'll find out. Someone will want to make money out of this. That's unfortunately just human nature. But to this point, there's a lot of desert out there, a lot of places to hide a body, and it might be a long time. It just depends on someone's greed.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. In today's uncertain economy, the ugly.
And then there are the extremely ugly notes, as the investigators call them. These are the notes that how can you understand these people? They're trying to take advantage of the tortured moments that the Guthrie family is going through, and they're trying to exploit ransom from them, and they have no idea of the facts. They have no idea where the body is. These people should be condemned. Dante wrote about the 10 circles of hell. Well, they deserve to be put in the lowest circle of hell. If there's anything lower than a kidnapper, someone who wants to take advantage of someone else's life and good fortune and ruin it, then there's just the people who weren't even involved in the kidnapping, and they want to now exploit these circumstances.
Which leads us to the latest, a haunting and eerie clue emerging in the search for Nancy Guthrie. So bottom line, Dr. Janie Lacey, the ugly that Bloom is referring to are people capitalizing on Nancy Guthrie's kidnap and trying to milk the family for money when they know nothing about her whereabouts.
When we think about like investigators potentially making this critical error, it strips away the last confidence that the family would believe the authorities had in their expertise to navigate their safety to bring their mom back home. So they lose hope. There's loss of control. I'm thinking about sitting in the family's shoes, the second guessing, right? Should they have pushed? They're asking these questions. Should we have followed this advice? I mean, could we have done something different? I mean, all of that would be so normal. When we think about the erosion of trust, right? We think about the ugly, to me, that's the erosion of trust. Like families, they need to trust law enforcement completely. And that trust, once it's broken, it affects their willingness to cooperate on future cases and the faith in the system itself. It has a ripple effect, especially for like Savannah's high profile media figure and her family, this potential failure. I mean, they're grieving privately and we're dissecting it in such a public way of what went wrong.
Dr. Janie, you're right. Dave Mack, that brings us to right now, tonight. What has led authorities to search the desert, the Mexican desert? What?
There have been 3 very specific tips that have been called in to a volunteer group called Buscando Corazones Nogales. And these 3 tips have directed searchers as to where they need to look. And these specific searches, Nancy, are talking about finding the remains, the unmarked grave of Nancy Guthrie. And these have been very specific. When I tell you specific, I mean like they have actually, the searchers, in searching for Nancy Guthrie, Nancy, they have found 25 unmarked graves and not Nancy Guthrie yet. They continue to search this area of the desert in Sonora. And you see the volunteers, the pictures. These are all volunteers that are showing up. They're using drones to search areas, and they're mostly on foot, shoulder to shoulder, searching in areas that came in through these tips.
It's very curious. An anonymous tipster claiming Miss Guthrie is buried around the border in a grave. Straight out to you, Brian Fitzgibbons. Your specialty is search and recovery, search and extraction. That's a pretty vague tip, but yet it's one of at least 3 tips we know about claiming the same thing.
Yeah, and here's my immediate issue with this tip. There is a $1.2 million reward on the table for information that leads to locating Nancy Guthrie. Now, this organization seems to be pretty active in that area, and they did uncover the remains of 25 other individuals in a shallow grave, right? So my immediate knee-jerk reaction is that this tip was not connected to Mrs. Guthrie, that this was in order to get a large presence out there to discover that large gravesite. That was, that they had put that tip in before and that no action had been taken, that they rode the wave of Mrs. Guthrie's case to get that large gravesite uncovered.
This large stretch of land known as Mariposa is northwest of Nogales. There are specific points provided by the tipster. Now, that means something to me, Joe Scott Morgan, if there are specific points, not just a broad swath of desert.
To a certain degree, it does. It shows a familiarity with this area, but how the problem is this grouping of these bodies has been in their news. So yeah, I mean, people would have specific knowledge of it. And this is a mass grave or a mass deposition of bodies. This is what we refer to as a clandestine burial. Here's one of my problems, kind of dovetailing with what Brian had said just a moment ago, Nancy. If this is...
Yo, I just want to stop it on that picture right there. Right there. I just want to stop it on. Look at that terrain. And there's miles and miles and miles of this terrain. I mean, I mean, they found 25 graves, you guys, so far in this area in search of Nancy. And I always say that something good can come out of bad things. And for these 25 lost people and their families, thank God that they did find them, and 25 families are going to get some closure. But this terrain just kills me. I mean, I spent many years in El Paso, Texas, and the desert looks just like this, you guys. It looks just like this. And sometimes it's really, really hard to see graves that have been recently dug all the way as hard. Maybe not for a drone, because a drone could get closer to the ground than like a helicopter can. But I mean, really, this is miles and miles and miles. And I have always said that I do not believe Nancy's body will be found. And this is part of the reason right here, because of this type of terrain. How long have those bodies, those 25 bodies that they found so far, been out there? You literally, to do this kind of terrain and searching, you literally have to have legs and feet. Hi, 24K. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in here. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Get you a cup and join the chat. And this looks like where you live. Yeah, it's just I mean, it's amazing to me how vast the desert is, and really, to me, it would take many hours of drone research to find graves, but the best way to do it is by manpower. It's by on your feet, boots on the ground thing. And y'all, there's just not enough people willing to help with that. But thank God that just that small group of people, y'all, found 25 graves. So imagine if they had 100 people out there, how many graves would they find in that desert? Hi, Robin. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you guys for coming in here. Appreciate you so much. All right, let's finish this up with my boo thing. Oh, Nancy.
The mass deposition of bodies. I'm thinking, particularly in this area, that this deposition is probably related to drug cartels. I find it interesting or compelling to think about Nancy Guthrie in the sense, would a drug cartel actually stick their neck out for a few measly $1 million and risk getting their head chopped off over her? It just doesn't necessarily make sense. I agree with Brian. I think that they're trying to draw attention to this. And there's been other cases like this in Mexico. I think on body bags, we covered one earlier last year relative to the Jalisco bodies that were found. They actually had a mass a cremation site down there. So this is nothing new under the sun relative to mass depositions of bodies. I'm going to be curious to see where this goes and if they follow up on this lead and who was the source of it.
You know, Joe Scott, I don't see kidnappers that are ruthless enough to take Mrs. Guthrie to start with burying her body. I think her body would be completely destroyed, not just put in a shallow grave along with 25 others. I don't see that.
No, I don't either.
Oh, on the other hand, though, wait a minute. Think about the porch guy. He's a bumbling idiot. Maybe they would think, hey, we've already buried these other bodies here and we've never been caught. Let's go there. What do you think?
Well, the problem again comes back to, I think that the mass grave or the mass burials is related to drug cartels. If this guy goes out on his own and he is even loosely affiliated with one of these groups of people down there that have this criminal enterprise, his life isn't going to be worth anything relative to them, because now he's drawing attention to them. And that's something that drug cartels don't want to do. Okay. Particularly with somebody that's this high profile, Nancy.
But I want to look at this realistically. We know, to you, Dave Mack, that the Buscando Corazones is a volunteer group out of Mexico. They were the ones that did the searching. I heard nothing about cadaver dogs being called in, state-of-the-art equipment being used. So let me see that picture again. I don't believe I saw cadaver dogs.
I don't think you did.
How thorough was the search, Dave Mack? What do we know about the collective?
What we know is that this is a group of volunteers, Nancy, that searches in these areas in Sonora. I looked for the dogs, okay? I was looking for that to see if there was anything. I never saw any dogs, and I was researching what they use for searching. And to be honest with you, Nancy, it's a group of people that volunteer their time to go into these areas and search. It sounds like they don't have any funding. They don't have any dogs. They don't have any volunteer groups offering up such as that.
Brian Fitzgibbons, look at the photo of the collective. God bless them. At least they're doing something. All they have are T-shirts and sticks. I know that they have now found 25 plus bodies, so they get credit for that. But where are where's law enforcement in this scenario?
Yeah, this looks like a well-organized search group that has, if you look them up, they have had quite a bit of success in the past locating missing individuals around Nogales. So this is a well-established group that knows what they're doing to respond to these tips. And, you know, they certainly, you can see in these photos, they were certainly accompanied by local law enforcement to provide both security and if they did, when they did encounter the grave of those 25 individuals, I'm sure that scene was processed immediately.
The reality is that the search yielded nothing to this point. I'd like to see law enforcement doing something. Nanos has gone radio silent. So to you, Howard Bloom, joining us. Howard, what do you make of it?
At this point, what is so sad about this entire case is basically everything has been followed up on. It's too late to pay the ransom money when it should have been paid. And now the case can only be instructive to law enforcement seminars on how a case falls apart, how to take it, how the first opening days of a case are so important, and they must be followed up intelligently and with alacrity. And this here, in this case, it was just a drag. There was just a reluctance to move decisively. And unfortunately, Nancy Guthrie and her family, I believe, will forever pay the price because of this indecisiveness of law enforcement.
Hi, guys. American homeowners. The FBI, by the way, porch guy, identity of porch guy revealed, something like that. That's entirely not true. It's clickbait. That's a lie.
Yep, total lie. And Nancy, we've seen this happen a number of times since the Nancy Guthrie story began back in February. And seeing that over the weekend and watching it get pushed out there, it's really frustrating. And it goes to the heart of what is problematic about some reporting individuals who just throw out anything to get people to click on their website or their social media. It's very frustrating. But hey, one thing I want to add, Nancy, is the searches in Mexico with the volunteers. You know, they actually had a tip. One of the 3 tips that came in told the leader of the group that on June 9th, they were near Nancy Guthrie's grave. That's a very specific tip that came in. Yielded nothing, but it was there.
Wow, it makes you believe, although rarely, that the tipster does know something. That combined with the apology of sorts and one of the missives stating that Miss Guthrie died accidentally, followed by Savannah Guthrie talking about celebrating, essentially acknowledging that maybe her mom had passed away. It all seemingly fits together. I don't know where Nanos is in this entire scenario. Basically nowhere. I guess he's back at the gym working out. So back to the banner, so to speak, that identity of porch guy revealed, to Howard Bloom joining us tonight, author of When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders, and a brand new investigative series on airmail inside the search for Nancy Guthrie. What about the porch guy?
We've seen the one person who was involved at the door camera. All I can really hypothesize is he had to have someone else working with him because he seemed like a bit of a bumbler.
I agree with you that he was working with someone. Brian Fitzgibbons, all of us on the panel tonight have reviewed the porch guy video over and over and over. Let's see it while Fitzgibbons is talking. And I noticed that a viewer observed that the clicking of the bite light could very well have been communicating to the accomplice. And we also see at one juncture, the porch guy kind of looks over his shoulder as if he's looking at someone. Also, at CrimeCon, an observer, Sleuth, hypothesized, I think she may have been right, that when he is looking in through the pane, He's looking to see if the accomplice, remember the back door was propped open, has come to the front yet. What do you make of that, Brian Fitzgibbons?
Well, I'm glad that they brought that up at CrimeCom. We talked about that at length here on this channel about I believe there are two accomplices, and listen, I also believe, like many of you guys believe, that this was not a random act. The people who did this knew this house in and out. They know where the video cameras are. And I'm just going to put it out there again, since Nancy brought it up. I believe that this guy right here, Mr. Backpack Dude, listen, I think that they had already disassembled cameras and they never disassembled the one at the front door because they didn't think that they were going to have to use the front door. That's what I think. I think that we do know that the back door was open whenever the family, which we know is Annie, got there that morning to discover that her mother was missing. She said that the back door was open. Okay, so that tells me that at least one of the perpetrators, probably just one, went inside the home and did whatever it is, what he did or whatever, and they did go to kidnap her, but because of the way that, you know, they took her out without shoes on, without anything, right? All she had on was her jammies. That was it. No shoes, no nothing. And if you look at the grounds, like I have pulled it up on Google Maps, we have gone around this house, front, back, in between, 360, all the way around several times, figured out this house. It would be a longer walk for Nancy to come out the back door and go to either side of the house, where either the garage is at or the other side where the pool guys came in to work on the pool. It would be a longer walk. So I think that the plan changed midstream, right? They were like, there's no way that we're going to get this woman, because they didn't take her walker, y'all. It's not like they were like, come on, honey, here, let me put this robe around your shoulders because it's cold outside. Here, take your walker, be careful. No, that's not what happened. So I believe that there was a plan that was changed, and that's why this guy was fumbling with this camera, because they had no intentions of using the front of the house. They had no intentions of it. If you look at this video straight out, you stop the video where it's just looking straight out, you cannot see the driveway in this video camera, and you cannot see the other side where the pool guys came in and cleaned the pool a couple days after she went missing, which is also weird. Okay. So there was really, they either came up through the driveway and parked the car, or they came up where the pool side is and parked the car. There was no reason to disable this camera because they had no intentions of using this door at all. And they knew that the camera was not going to catch them coming up either side of the house, right? So I think the plan changed midway through, and he was told to pull up the car and that they were going to bring her through the front because it's less walking and they could just grab her and go. I could show you on this video right now. I've showed it many times before. 3 places just on this video alone that the video is spliced. They have taken out parts of the video that they did not want the public to see. That's why I believe that Nancy's on camera. I also believe that the car is on camera because I think this guy right here was the driver dude or whatever, and he was told to pull up the car, right there, because it's like a horseshoe driveway. He was told to pull up the car and get ready because he was going to come out the front door. So we've been saying that all along, and I'm glad somebody else is catching on to that, or even is considering that that's what happened. And I believe that she was trying to walk. They were trying to get her out and she fell, or they bonked her in the nose, and that's where that blood came from, the mouth or the nose. All right, let's finish this up with my boo thing, Nancy.
Yeah, the true crime sleuth community experts on your panel and other shows have dissected everything possible about this and more from this video. His clothing, his body language, the equipment he's carrying. But I think one thing, a number of that, a lot of those things are up for debate. But one thing is not, in my opinion, that this person did not act alone. Okay, that, whether there was a light in the distance that he was communicating with or not, I think we can be almost 100% certain that this individual captured on the porch camera did not operate alone.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. Please. $1 million reward for information leading to her whereabouts. If you wish to remain anonymous, 520-882-7463. We remember an American.
All righty. Thank you, Nancy Grace. I love me my boo thing, y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here. Thank you so much for just hanging out with us. I appreciate you so much. I don't normally say it, but my mods are saying it and my friends in chat are saying it. If you don't mind, double tap your screen or hit the like. I appreciate it so much. And we are going to keep going with this. I appreciate y'all being here. It's so good to be back. I've been off the platform for many weeks now, and I've missed you guys. I miss doing this. I miss hanging out. And so thank you for just showing up. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to the mods. It means a lot to people that work this channel, because it's not just me. There's many people behind the scenes that work this channel. And our sweet Maggie, who is in the UK, she is our co-host. And and before I forget, you guys, I want to give a huge shout out to our very own FBI, retired FBI agent of 20 years, who is invaluable to this channel with a lot of trying to understand how the FBI works things and police work things. And I mean, she's invaluable what she knows. She is in the hospital. Her screen name is JB, but I call her Badass because she's the most badass woman I've ever met. 20 years in the FBI, I mean, that's a big deal. She's in the hospital tonight recovering from a major surgery to her back. So if you can remember our sweet JB, we call her FBI here, or we call her Badass, or she answers to most anything. If you could remember her in your prayers, she's got a long recovery ahead of her. And anybody else that needs prayers, God already knows their names. So just ask God to bless those that need it tonight. So JB, we love you, and we send you many healing prayers and many good vibes and thoughts, and can't wait till you start to feel better and out of all of the pain that you've been in. We love you so much. All right, let's keep going. Now we're gonna get over to my other favorite person, which y'all already know, Mr. Pretty Eyes. I usually check in with him. Like I said, I haven't been even watching any kind of YouTube for nearly 3 weeks. If not, it's been 3 weeks. I wanna Mr. Pretty Eyes himself, Brian Enton, investigates. You guys, if you haven't subbed up to him, you got to sub up to him. And I like what he does. I think he's very intelligent, and I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. Just if you don't watch him a couple of times. I think he plays with a lot of integrity, and that means a lot to me too. So we're gonna pull his two up. They're only, I'm gonna put it on 1.25 speed, so it goes a little bit faster. And then I always try to skip through the ads and all the bullshit. because I'm not getting paid to do it. So, and on top of that, nobody cares. Brian, nobody cares. So let's, like I said, we're going to speed it up a little bit now, and we'll see what Brian has to say about what all he has found out as well. Let me make sure I'm doing the right one. Give me just a second here. We're going to share this screen. That one's not it. This one's it. All right. You guys have to control your own volume. I cannot do that from where I am. I can only control this one. This is Brian Enton Investigates, you guys. I don't know why I don't have my bells clicked. I have to have my bells clicked. Ring-a-ding name. Anyways, he dropped this 2 days ago. So we're going to watch 2 days ago when it first came out about what all was in that note, or parts of what was in that note. And then we're going to watch what he put out yesterday on this, where he talks about Nancy as well. So again, this is Brian Enton Investigates, and I love Mr. Pretty Eyes, even though when he's walking, no, he's walking like he has to pee. He's doing the pee dance walk, y'all. All of us girls know about that. All right, watch your ears. Here we go.
Much for checking out my show. Really, really appreciate you guys.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
We love
everybody for supporting my content, everybody who has subscribed to the channel. Some new developments in the Nancy Guthrie case. This is new information that I'm going to share with you guys that I just received a little while ago from a source very close to the investigation that has to do with the ransom notes, the second ransom note in particular. Remember the ones that went to the local TV stations in Tucson, Arizona. And I want to read you this exactly because I wrote down exactly what I was able to get from my source. I am told that the second ransom note in the Nancy Guthrie case said that she died and that she was, quote, buried with nature now. And again, this is according to a source close to the investigation. The note indicated that Nancy's death was not intentional, but did not offer a direct apology. So remember, there was the first ransom note that went to the local TV station that was described as a ransom note. Then there was this second ransom note, which is what I'm talking about right now, which you'll remember we had the news director from that TV station on News Nation who said, well, I wouldn't categorize the second ransom note as a ransom note. She said the first ransom note she would categorize as a ransom note, but she would not call the second note a ransom note. And this explains why now. Again, I'm going to read it to you again. According to my source, the second ransom note in the Nancy Guthrie case said she died and was buried with nature now, and that the death was not intentional, but did not offer a direct apology. There's been some other reporting today from other people saying that it was an apology. I am told it was not a direct apology, but that it did indicate that the death was not intentional. Again, this is the second ransom note. Remember, we don't know whether any of these ransom notes are real. Savannah Guthrie has said in the past that she believes that the ransom notes, or at least some of them, are real. And it's interesting. I want to play for you the video that Savannah released on Instagram right after this second ransom note arrived. This one that I am now reporting said that Nancy Guthrie died and was buried with nature now. And it kind of makes sense when you now go back and watch what Savannah said on Instagram after receiving that note. Take a look at this.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
It's just so heartbreaking as more of these sort of puzzle pieces come together. You remember that video, you think back to what Savannah Guthrie was going through, and sort of put into perspective now the fact that I can report that that second ransom note did say that Nancy Guthrie died and that she was with nature now. Let me make sure I get that quote right, that she was buried with nature now. So that's my latest reporting on the notes. That's what I've been able to confirm. I know there's been a lot of other reporting out there today. And I don't know what's true and what's not, but that is something that I can verify myself, that I've confirmed with my source close to the investigation, who I trust.
All right, let me just stop it right here so I don't get in any trouble, and then we'll play the rest of it all the way through. You remember back in the beginning when Nancy Savannah was making all of these pleas, right, on the air, like right after it first happened, her brother, her sister were sitting together. They made a plea. You could just tell there was desperation. And then she waited a couple of days, and supposedly they had gotten another ransom note, and then her brother, her sister, and herself were together again. And that's when all of us were talking about how it didn't seem like desperation anymore. The one that he just played, it seemed like defeat. Well, what we were talking about before that is that when she said at the end that when she said on the second one, after the second ransom note was received, that they understand and they want their mother returned to them so that they could celebrate. We always here, according to Leanie, all of us were like, she's dead. No offense, I didn't mean that funny. That she's dead, and that when she said we'll pay, to me, that, and to a lot of us here, we all thought that it meant, all right, you didn't give us the money the first time. Now your mom passed away. If you give us this amount of money, then we will return her body to you. So yeah, a lot of it does make sense, but not only does it make sense, it also confirms what a lot of us have all talked about. Hello, Lucy. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Shag, we have totally missed being here together as well. And I'm back, so you can look forward. Y'all just make sure that your bells are clicked so I could ring a ding ding them, because y'all know I have a co-host. Her name is Maggie, and she's over in the UK. And you never know if Maggie's going to pop up and do a live by herself, or if we're going to call each other and say, let's go live, or if there's some kind of breaking news in our own lives or in your lives or in the world that we are interested in. You never know. Not a lot of times, our stuff isn't scheduled. We just call each other and we're like, we need to go live. We need to do this. Sometimes we can program them, and we try to do that, but a lot of times it's spot on. We just got to go. So please make sure your bells are turned on and we can ring a ding ding them. That makes more sense now with the context of the ransom. That's right, Tashi. That's right. Hi, Lucy. I think I already said hi to you, but I want to make sure that you heard me. Lou says, Shag, we love having you here, so make sure you sub and put the notification bell so we can ring a ding ding. You're the Tosh says, you're the team OG cheerleader, Shag. That's right. That's right. Let's see. Jane, glad you're back. I'm so glad to be back too. I missed you guys. Listen, it's been a whole thing. And you can hear, I wasn't going to come back until I finished getting my mouth finished, but I was like, I miss having friends. Common sense is not common. That is so true. All right, let's get back to Mr. Pretty Eyes. But Lou wants to send out prayers for Venezuela. 2 major earthquake, tens of thousands are killed. God bless them all. Yes, I didn't know that. Did that just happen? I didn't know that. Yes, prayers for all those involved in that. All right, let's finish up, or I'm not going to stop it again. Hopefully, I'm mouthy though, you guys, and I'm going to try not to be mouthy. I'm going to try to let Brian finish his show. All right, here we go.
And you guys know how seriously I take information that I put out. So I talked with my buddy, retired FBI agent Steve Moore, about the latest with the notes. He's still skeptical about whether all of these notes are even real. And by the way, TMZ has been reporting that the notes that they received did not say that Nancy Guthrie died. Now, I don't believe they received the same notes that went to the local TV stations, but it's sort of hard to, sorry, there's a big truck going by. Hard to pin down what note is what, but I want to play for you my conversation with Steve Moore.
All right, Steve, how you doing? Nice to see you. Thank you for hopping on with me kind of at the last second. And everybody knows Steve by now who watches my show. If anybody's wondering what happened, you had like a power saw. You have like a little injury here, but was it a power saw?
I was cutting up some wood in the backyard, and somehow I hit something in the wood and it just popped and got me in the nose and got me right here, but missed the eye. So all in all, it's a win-win.
Well, thank goodness. Yeah, and it's barely even noticeable. So hopefully you'll be healed up quickly. I wanted to ask you about these new revelations, or maybe incorrect revelations, coming out about the ransom notes. There's this writer, Howard Bloom, who has characterized one of the ransom notes in the Guthrie case as an apology. Now, I've been careful never to say that. What are you sort of reading in between the lines here? I mean, how are you making sense of this?
Well, I'm taking everything that that we get post note, the reactions of the Guthrie family, what law enforcement does afterwards, things like that, and trying to come to grips with what might be happening. It's kind of like I may not see everything that's in my backyard right now, but if the dog is barking, I'm guessing there's an animal back there. In the same way, when they get these notes, the way they respond, the police don't seem excited about what they've learned. They're not changing assignments, bringing people in, letting people go, and the Guthries are not publicly saying, "Yes, we're relieved to see this, and please tell her that we love her," and all this kind of stuff. Nothing in the responses convinced me in any way, shape, or form that either they had proof of life, or that the kidnappers or the criminals who had her or alleged to have had her had any kind of conciliatory tone in their message. I didn't pick anything like that up, because a conciliatory message in one of these notes leads to a huge amount of relief and some trust built up between the horrible people who took the person and the people who want that person back. And it's kind of like the Stockholm syndrome. If they treat you well in these notes and give hope, I mean, that a good kidnapper will be stern and in control, but give hope. These clowns did none of that. They destroyed hope and replaced it with false bravado, because I don't believe they had anything to trade by that point. So any kind of information that there was an apology, I think that's going to be kind of a non-starter with me.
Would it be unusual for a kidnapper to apologize? I mean, has that ever happened before?
I have not heard a kidnapper apologize except pre-sentencing. I am not saying that it doesn't happen, because somebody takes a person and holds them for ransom. Sometimes they realize the gravity of what they've done, and they still don't want to get caught, but they certainly don't want to hurt the person. And sometimes they negligently or in a fit of rage do hurt the person, and remorse shows up. But again, these are not, I mean, technically they're professional kidnappers, but they're first timers.
So an apology would be unusual.
I would say an apology would be extremely unusual. And, anything like that puts a different take on the kidnapper itself.
So with my busy travel and work schedule, it can be tough to stay consistent with my routine and feel confident that I'm getting the quality sleep that I need. And I used to struggle with turning my brain off at night and truly winding down after a long day. And that all changed when I started using Beam Dream. Whether I'm at home or on the road or in a hotel, it is one part of my nighttime routine that always stays consistent.
What you're looking for, I mean, we've got behavioral scientists writing or taking down every single thing that's said, whether the person misspells this letter or that letter, whether their lines go up or down, if it's a handwritten note or something like that. They go through all these things and start to create a psychological profile, much the same as a psychiatrist meeting with a patient is going to try to figure out what they're dealing with. And if you had somebody who was suddenly showing remorse or a conciliatory tone, that would have changed the FBI's view of the whole negotiation, if there was a negotiation.
After the one note, Steve, that was described to me as not a ransom note, Savannah Guthrie made another video message, and you might remember it. It's when she said, "We received your message and understand," and she sounded kind of like sympathetic a little bit when she said that. "We received your message and understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so we can celebrate with her. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay." Again, TMZ is saying that there was never an acknowledgement that Nancy Guthrie was dead in the notes, but that when Savannah said that, it did make me wonder what was in the note to make her say that.
And it's, one day when we get to see that note, when it's public in court or something like that, we'll understand completely and say, oh, yeah, I get that. But I think something doesn't have to be said verbatim in a kidnapping note for it to be obvious either to the victims themselves, the victim family themselves, or the FBI. The FBI seen a bunch of ransom notes. They've seen all the ransom notes, and they can, through their institutional knowledge, even call in people like you're asking me questions about what does it say to you at this point? Have you had anybody make a conciliatory or an apologetic message? The FBI has all these things filed out with different kidnapping situations, and you can call an office. You can call Cleveland, for instance, hypothetically, and say, hey, let us talk to the agent who had the conciliatory kidnapper who felt very guilty and bad. We want to see how you worked with them. So the FBI has all these possibilities. And so nothing's going to ultimately be too big a surprise. Excuse me. So I think whatever was in that note convinced either the FBI or the Guthrie family that they were no longer, regardless of what the note said, in a situation where they were playing for the return of a live, unharmed victim.
And she said, "We will pay" at the end of that message. Why do you think they didn't pay?
There could be a bunch of reasons. That said, I'm going to tell you what I suspect. If I was running the kidnapping, and I did, they probably wouldn't want to put me in charge of a kidnapping. But if I was running it, one thing I would not do is voluntarily or at least eagerly advocate for paying ransom when no proof of life has been given. It is just, number one, it goes beyond the kidnapping you're working now. It's kind of like giving in to terrorists. Terrorists say, we've got these hostages. We want our prisoners released. Well, if that works, you're going to get more hostages taken. And so you don't want to set a precedent. In kidnapping, if you pay without proof of life, you are
Can y'all hear me? I don't know what happened. My power just like clicked off, then clicked on, then clicked, and we don't even have storms, and clicked off and clicked on. So I don't know what happened. I'm so sorry for that. Is anybody still here? Are you guys still here? Can you still hear me? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I don't know even how the StreamYard saved it because my power went completely out twice. Holy heck. Thank you for staying. I appreciate that so much. All right, I don't even know where all right. So we're just going to go over cuz I've lost everything right here. Let's go over to I did find it interesting. Listen, I did find it interesting that that FBI guy said on there, I don't know if you guys heard him, that he would not have paid the first ransom because there was no proof of life. Y'all, I'd have paid it. I'd have even if my money would have been gone. I mean, it's not like they were asking for American dollars or any kind of real currency to be dropped off in the corner phone booth somewhere. You know what I mean? They asked for crypto that has to be done online. So it's traceable. If they remove that out into another bank, just like Nancy Gray said, it could have been traced and possibly found the perpetrators, right? But even if they couldn't, I mean, even if they asked for US dollars, $1 million, y'all, I'd have given it to him. That's my mama. And I know everybody thinks differently about that. I don't, I know he's coming from a police background, and so he's thinking like that. But I mean, I would have begged, borrowed, steal to get my mom back. And if I'd have lost the money, then I'd have lost the money. But it was reported, I don't remember if Savannah is the one that actually said it, that the reason why they didn't pay the first ransom is because the police told her not to until there's proof of life. I'd have been like, fuck y'all, I'm getting my mama back. So I don't know how you feel about that, but I don't know. I couldn't have done. I would have paid the money. I would have paid the money. All right, let me see really quick. Try to get back to where I was. Let's watch this one. This one was dropped 11 hours ago. Where is Nancy Guthrie?
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really, really appreciate you guys for watching.
Brian, give me a minute here. Let me figure out that I'm doing this right. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just fast forward to this one. Brian dropped this one. I say Brian because we're on first name basis, y'all. Where is Nancy Guthrie in the desert? Because listen, I find it odd that not odd, but I think they're kind of giving you a clue. I don't know what the clue is, but when they said that she is buried with nature now, in other words, I mean, I would take that to mean just an open area, right? Like where nature's at, like outside, like she's not buried under someone's house or that she's actually buried with nature. So I think they are doing a good thing by getting out in the desert. I believe she's in the Mexican desert. I hope they do find her. At least some of her or something to give to the family. I don't think it's possible at this point, but anything's possible, I guess. All right, let's go ahead and watch this part of it, and hopefully my stream will not act so silly. But y'all, look who showed up! Look who showed up! Maggie May, our very own Maggie May, my co-host.
Can you hear me?
House ever I hear you?
Well, this Nancy Guthrie got my tentacles sticking up. Is that what you call them? Tentacles?
Yes, your tentacles.
Well, they're sticking up. Because, guys, listen, it's all going off here. I am now thinking the sheriff's got something on it. Something to do with the sheriff. So he's hiding something.
Okay, it's funny you said that
And I
because
think
I don't know
he's
how
being
long.
paid off.
I don't know how long you've been listening, Maggie, but there's a couple people that have come through chat and said, y'all. They didn't
2
say y'all. That's what I say. They say yes. They believe that the sheriff absolutely is involved.
Well, I swear down on my life on a plane, I turned my phone on and I seen that you were live and I thought, shit, how long she been live? She's getting it. And then I looked and you'd only been live a minute. I was like, oh my God, so I was liking it to get me me laptop and my ears anyway. So listen, so I don't want to ruin what you've already got presented. So you carry on with what, and then I'll just make little inputs when as and when.
Would you like to say hello to chat? There are people in chat that
Can
are.
I? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi everyone. Yeah, my tentacles are stiff as a board. Yeah.
For those of you that are on the night shift and usually in here on the late night with me, this is Maggie. She is my co-host, and she is fabulous. And when I told you guys, make sure your bells are turned on because you never know if Maggie and I will be together, or if I'll be on, or if Maggie will be on. But y'all, you want those bells turned, all your notifications on, so either one of us or both of us together can ring a ding ding. And Maggie is from the UK.
Yeah, it's either all or nothing, isn't it, Lee? It's either all or nothing.
Yep.
So because
that's right.
you've got your up there, I had to put my name there. See? I've got to be the same.
That's cute.
Anyway,
I noticed you did a lot of work in StreamYard. Thank you so much.
Coming in doing little bits, just doing little bits and pieces, as and when. But it's so hot here in the UK. I mean, you're probably bored to listen to it. I don't know, but we're not used to this heat at all. And I look like a little bit of pork scratching sitting on the bed talking. I swear
Wait,
to
you
God,
look like
I'm
what?
frazzled.
Wait, what?
A little
You-
piece of pork scratching. Do you know what that is?
No, I've
pork
never even heard
rinds.
of it.
Right. Imagine you put a
pork
piece
rind.
Yeah, and you put it in and it just goes that small, shrivels.
Can you do us
That's
a
what I
favor
look
and
like.
take a picture of yourself so we could put it up here and make fun of you?
Shut up, Pliny. Guys.
Possum said we don't hold it
swear to
against
God,
you.
She sends me down the bend.
Tashi said we're
Thanks,
not
Possum.
quite
Hiya,
true.
Possum.
And
We will.
all
Let's
right,
have a look. Let me
let's-
see.
Yeah.
Let me have a look at the chat. I can't see. Hold on. Hiya, Poss. Hiya, Shag. When I say that, I feel dead naughty. Hiya, Lou. Hiya, Bob. Hiya, Mary Jane too. Hiya, Tosh. Oh, God, does this get it anymore? Oh, wait, don't let me have forgot anyone. If I have, I'm scrolling. Justice Jane. Hiya, Gail. Oh, God, I've just slipped and it just shot right to the top. Story of my life. Anyway.
Well, Mellie's
hello
all the
to
way at the
everyone.
bottom. Mellie's all the way
Oh,
at
was
the
Mellie
bottom. And
here?
she says, yeah, she's supposed to be crafting, but she keeps slipping in with us, which is really nice.
Aw, she's a true mod.
She is true.
Hiya.
Lolly and Pops
Hiya,
is here.
Mel.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hiya. Hiya, everyone.
Let's go
And
ahead and
I'll let
finish.
you
Let's
get
go ahead
back
and do
now.
this with Brian Enton real quick, and then we'll get in here and talk to Mags in just a few minutes. This is the last thing we're gonna show on the Nancy Guthrie case right now for tonight, and then we will jump in and find out what has been going on with Maggie. So stay tuned. Let's go ahead and do this. I'll bring it up. Okay. And y'all, listen, Mo is in this one. Y'all know I love me some Maureen O'Connell, our very own JV FBI agent, actually took a class of Maureen O'Connell, and she loves her, so she comes highly recommended. Let me
She's so
hit this.
straight faced, isn't she? So
Yeah,
straight faced.
she's real straight faced. God, her
Yeah.
face will probably break if she smiles any. But you know what? JB's like that a lot too.
Yeah,
I mean,
she is.
she's
Yeah.
straight faced. She's straight faced. They mean
Oh,
business,
puts it out
y'all.
of it.
All right, so I got it up on StreamYard. Y'all watch your ears. Here we go.
Appreciate all the support. I appreciate everybody who has subscribed. In this episode, I'm continuing to dig into the latest developments with the Nancy Guthrie investigation. It's now been, it's crazy to say, but almost 5 months since she vanished from her home in Tucson, Arizona. It feels like there's been a lot happening over the last couple of days because of the new information that we've been getting about the ransom notes. I'm going to talk to retired FBI agent Maureen O'Connell in this episode, and that's coming up in a couple of minutes, about something different. But let me just refresh your memory a little bit in terms of specifically the second ransom note that came after Nancy went missing. This is one of the notes that I'm told the FBI believes is real, and one of the notes that Savannah Guthrie has said she believes is real. It is the one that said, according to my reporting, that Nancy Guthrie died and that she is buried with buried with nature now. That's according to my source close to the investigation. Indicated that Nancy's death was not intentional, but did not offer a direct apology. I want to go back in this episode to the Mexico component, which these notes made me think about again. And honestly, I've never been able to get Mexico out of my mind when it comes to the Nancy Guthrie case, specifically just because it's so close to Nancy Guthrie's house. I mean, I drove there. It's right there. It's hard not to at least keep it a very strong consideration that Nancy may have been taken to Mexico, or that the suspect may have gone back to Mexico. You guys remember there's the Native American reservation that borders Mexico. If you go back and look at one of my episodes from last week, I did a deep dive into that. There are ways to go through the Native American reservation and get into Mexico and remain unnoticed, which is an interesting component. This Mexican group, Buscando Corazones Nogales, has been searching in Mexico near the border. Remember, they first said they received an anonymous tip on May 10th, claiming that a body matching Nancy Guthrie's description was buried in a shallow grave roughly 70 miles from her home. They also claim that they received a second tip with information. Now, the group has obviously not found Nancy Guthrie, and it seems that investigators are not putting a lot of weight into this claim from this group because, first of all, they basically said they're not putting a lot of weight into it, and they haven't been there to assist with the searches or anything like that. But what's interesting is the group says they have uncovered 25 unmarked graves during their searches. Now, I know some of this is difficult to talk about, but I do think it's important to talk about bodies in the desert because sadly, that is a part of this entire investigation. And when you hear about 25 graves out there near the Mexico border, I'm just wondering, should we be taking this group seriously, and how all of this may fit into with some of this new information we learned about the notes? But mainly, again, should we be taking this group seriously, or are they just sort of searching, and are these tips kind of fake, and do they in a way just want to get attention to raise their profile as a group that searches for missing people, which it seems what they do is important, especially because when I went to Nogales on the border, there are a ton of missing people. I mean, there are missing people posters all over Nogales, which is the border town right when you cross into Mexico near Tucson. So I want to talk with my friend, retired FBI agent Maureen O'Connell, about the latest, specifically with this group and the possible Mexico connection. Hey, Maureen, thanks for joining me. Really appreciate it. It's nice to see you.
Hey, Brian, it's good to be appreciated, and I appreciate you too. It's great to see you again.
And you have a new podcast that you're a co-host of that I wanted to let everybody know about called Big City Crime, and it's available on YouTube. Is that right?
Yep. Big City Crime, Inside the Red Tape. And I'm on there with 3 very, very seasoned homicide detectives from Chicago, which, as you know, is where I'm from.
So I've been wanting to ask you about this, Maureen, and you've probably been following this Mexican volunteer group that not only searched once near the border, but they've gone back several times now looking for a grave related to Nancy Guthrie after they claim they received an anonymous tip. And this part is new within the last couple of days. They say that they've uncovered 25 unmarked graves in this area near the border on the Mexican side. First of all, what do you make of it, and how would they know if any of these actually were Nancy?
Well, to go closer to the beginning, there's, cartels are known for killing people. They're known for dumping bodies. And this would be an area, if it's a bunch of cartel kills, this would be an area where, these victims that have gone missing from their home or from wherever they were hanging out with their buddies, you'd be able to find them. I know that they've been having difficulties getting DNA testing done on these. I also know that DNA testing in Mexico is more challenging than it is here in the U.S. because fewer people buy kits and are interested in looking at their lineage. So it looks like there's a whole bunch of things going on. Like they may be looking for money to get DNA tests so that family members that have missing loved ones can find out if one of these sets of remains belongs to them, so they can give them a proper burial. I think that may be a lot of what's driving this. With regard to one of them being Nancy Guthrie, that would have to mean that that it was a cartel group that hit Nancy's house, which would be interesting based on the recon where the guy was there the month before, or on January 11th, before they murdered Nancy. So lots of things going on, lots of things to pull apart, but I would say they may be trying to get money, maybe they're just trying to get money from the American government to do DNA testing on all these bodies and DNA testing on family members that want to know if any of these remains belong to them. That could be it. It could be more than that. It could be less than that. But when the Mexican government I believe it was the Mexican government, correct me if I'm wrong, when they came out and said that they found no credible information saying that Nancy Guthrie was there or anything, it tells me they may have looked into their communications. And if they looked into their communications, because as a law enforcement officer, I would say to them, show me the tip that you got. Where did this tip come from? Did it come into your website? Did it come to someone's phone? If so, let me look at it. And then we're going to go backwards and try to find out who sent that text or whatever. If you can't come up with a text, an email, a posting on a website, then what are we doing here? So that's does that answer your question?
Yeah. And I'm not sure I've ever fully trusted the Mexican government. Like, they've sort of been saying that Mexico had nothing to do with it from the beginning, when I'm just like, how do they even really know? I'm just wondering if they just don't really want, the bad PR, the bad look. But like, when you were working for the FBI, did you ever work any cases where there was a body that was buried? And like, what is that like? I don't want to go too graphic, but what does that look like?
Well, it depends on a lot of things. It depends on the weather. How wet is it? How arid is it? How deep did they bury the body is one of the main things. If they have a backhoe or something, then they can really put it down deep, and the remains will theoretically last a lot longer than if they were on the surface. If it's on the surface of the sand, in the heat and the dryness and with animal activity, you can lose a corpse in a short period of time. But if they're buried, and they're buried well, and they're buried deep, and under a shady tree versus out where it's if there's water running, you're close to the water table. There are so many things to consider that it's a lot to take in. The FBI evidence response team, we send team members all the time to a place called the Body Farm, and the Body Farm is a place down south where they have all kinds of people that donate their body to science. They will bury their bodies in different states, like I just described. One halfway submerged in water, one where there's a bunch of worms, one where it's ice cold, one where it's freezing, one in a greenhouse, one, you get the idea, one in a swamp. And they do scientific analysis on a daily, weekly, monthly, annual basis to determine exactly what is the bug activity in this type of environment. And they go so deeply into all this kind of stuff that it really helps fuel all the science behind the degradation and the decomposition of human remains. So they'll have
Y'all, we just have to talk about this Body Farm for just a minute, okay? So our very own FBI, JB, Miss Badass herself, retired FBI agent of 20 years, has sent me pictures because, just so you guys know, I'm a very morbid person. Like, let's talk about it. I'll talk about anything with you, And so she knows that I am a morbid pitcher. JB Badass, of course, has gone to the Body Farm. I didn't know there was such a thing. And she sent me pictures, you guys, and Maureen's not lying. They literally put, you can donate your body to science. And I don't want to get even more morbid with y'all, but exactly what she said. They're in all different kind of environments. I had no idea this went on. I thought when you donated to science, that means that, because my aunt and my uncle both worked at the University of Mississippi and they both donated their bodies to that college. So that's what I thought that meant when you donate your bodies, that it just kind of goes to a college or a
isn't it?
hospital.
Yeah.
No, but they do have body farms, you guys. It's a real
Yeah.
thing. Have you ever heard of it, Maggie?
Yeah, I've read up on it loadsly. I've watched programs on YouTube about it as well. It's really interesting.
Oh no, I didn't know anything about
That's
it.
how they find the how long they've been dead, by like flies, when flies come from the little maggots, and that's
Yeah,
how they warehouse how long they've been dead. It's amazing.
Oh, it is. So if you guys are like into that kind of stuff, I didn't even know it was on YouTube. So now I got to go look at YouTube and find out everything that you know about it. Has JB sent you her pictures yet of the body
No.
farm? Oh, girl.
No.
As soon as she gets out of the hospital, or I'll send them to you. I've got the pictures. But so she's got pictures of whenever she went and did her work on the body farm as well. I was blown away. I want to go to the body farm to say, I just want to hang out at the body farm. Don't you, Maggie?
Oh, no, I don't like dead bodies and dead facts.
I
But I
love
love
dead
to.
bodies.
Maybe that's why she didn't send me the dead bodies.
That's probably why she didn't.
That's probably she.
It's
But I
really
did
gory
watch
pictures.
this.
But
I
it
would
is
like to see them.
amazing. It's amazing, Maggie. It's amazing. I loved it so much. I'm gonna go hang out at the body farm because
I found the documentary here, so I won't show you that anyway. It's got warning: the following video contains graphic imagery.
Oh, that's me all day. Anything
Yeah.
that says graphic images like that is
Yeah.
calling my name. Right. I love me some dead bodies, y'all. I really do. All right, let's finish listening to Maureen talk and Brian here.
There's a lot of science behind how long someone's been there, especially if you can determine that they were in fact in this same spot this whole time. You'll have a better chance of seeing how long they were there. So they're probably going through that, but that's up to the Mexican government. That's not up to the FBI because that's obviously in Mexico. So the Mexican government would have to ask the FBI for help in order for us to get involved. In our team, in our FBI ERT team, we searched for bodies quite a bit. We never found a body that had been there for a long period of time, but we trained for what would happen for that. And if that in fact happened, we would call the coroner's office, who would call a crew of people. We would stop digging at that point and we would back off. Everything would have already been photographed to the extent that we got, like if we're digging and we find something, or if we found a skull or something like that. And then we call the coroner's office and they will come out. It then becomes their crime scene. And so they bring out the archaeologists and stuff, if it's an actual dig like that. And they would pretty much take it from there with us watching on and documenting.
Would the FBI be there if it was something credible? Or I'm just thinking about like the cartel activity in the area, the fact that some of these other bodies are likely related to the cartel. Would that interfere with the FBI assisting?
Mexico is a tough place. They have the cartels wield a lot of power in that country. And that's something that the U.S. has always gone toe-to-toe to them on. Like the U.S. feels that they should take a much harder stance. And Mexico is like, hey, we're in it to win it, but there doesn't seem to be anything we can do. So if the Mexican government asked the FBI for help, I'm sure the FBI would go in and help and send a large contingent, especially with 25 bodies being right there. I'm sure the FBI would go in and help and do whatever they could. And that would, of course, go through our LEGATs and ALATs, which is in large part what Steve Moore was talking to you about last week.
Yeah.
They're very good at that. They're building relationships all the time. They're fostering relationships. They're helping the Mexican government on a number of things so that the Mexican government will be more inclined to help them. It's all about diplomacy. And so if they asked our LEGAT or ALAT to help them, I have no doubt that the FBI would step up and do whatever we could, because it is an act of diplomacy.
It's a volunteer search group, and I actually saw some of the women when I was outside Nancy's house. At one point, they were there too. If they
That's
were
interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting, and they seemed like really nice ladies, but they were like digging in the ground outside Nancy's house. It was kind of strange, looking for I think they said looking for a scent. Like I couldn't really understand what they were doing. but I did see some of them there. If they
Well,
were, sorry,
can
go
I
ahead.
tell you what that tells me?
Yeah.
Were they trying to find a scent of Nancy so that they can hope that the dog would hit, and then they could put it in Mexico and then have the dog hit on it, so that that seems a little shady to me, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't think it was as shady as just kind of like strange. Like, not that they were looking for attention. It was just interesting when they showed up. And then when they were digging around in the soil, I was kind of like, and this was early on. I was just sort of wondering what they were doing. And then when I found out it was the same group or a group connected to them, it sparked my memory back to when I saw them there. But if they were,
Brian, when someone's doing something strange, you have to ask yourself why.
Yeah.
Why are these women coming up from Mexico, standing out in front of Nancy Guthrie's house and digging in the soil there?
Yeah.
That makes no sense on any level any of us can imagine.
Well, and they were also doing interviews, and I think they were probably trying, what you kind of touched on, trying to bring attention to their cause too. And this was something that they could drive an hour to, and there was a lot of media there. And I'm not trying to say they're up to no good in any way. I wonder if they're also trying to bring attention to the work that they do, which is, seems to be good in some ways when they discover these graves, obviously. But if they did discover something important, like if they did discover bones that relate to the case or to really any important case, like, could they disturb things in a way that that could be trouble for the FBI? Like how when you used to find things and go over evidence, I mean, how important is it to like not disturb it from the beginning?
Well, it's very important, but the whole concept of getting your hands on evidence that's been out in the wild, so to speak, for months, you have to take what you can get. It's not going to be pristine. It's not going to be perfect. You just have to adapt and overcome, as they say. So would it be perfect? No, but finding her remains, would that be huge? That would be absolutely huge. And finding her remains, especially if they were buried, they would likely still have a lot of stuff on them that law enforcement would be looking for.
In one of the interviews the group did recently, they talked about how they would be interested in getting DNA from the Guthrie family, that would help them if they found something. I guess they could. If you were advising the Guthrie, I mean, I don't know.
I would say no.
Yeah,
no. It's got to go through the FBI. It's got to go through law enforcement. It's not going through a volunteer group that's been digging in your mom's front yard.
Yeah. Is there any
That would be my
advantage, though,
advice.
that they have over law enforcement? Just going back to the cartel kind of controlling some of those areas, like it seems like they get a pass in a way that maybe like law enforcement doesn't, to go in and kind of look around.
Well, I can see most people being sympathetic and compassionate toward people looking for family members. I can see that. And the fact that they found this 25 sets of remains is significant. There's just no doubt about it. But I think if law enforcement went in there and they had the backing of the Mexican government, i.e. their national police, as well as FBI support forces like a SWAT team or a whatever kind of armed team, I don't think they would have a problem. I mean, I don't think they'd be able to thwart that mission or that. Is that what you're asking? Would
Yeah.
Would it,
Mm-hmm.
No, if that job needed to get done, we could get that job done.
You could say, okay. Yeah, it's just something that crossed my mind. Like, because they're nice ladies. I just didn't know, like, in some ways they may be able to get into areas that typically, law
They probably can get into areas. I think that's a good question, Brian, that they probably can get into areas that other people can't, because one of the first things I said here was this is cartel held. It's a place where the cartel loves to dump bodies, so that they have marked their territory with all those dead bodies. So it is a place that they frequent, that they've been to, that they consider a safe space to dump bodies. So they're not going to be happy about it. However, I don't think they're going to go against like an armed Mexican force as well as an American force. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, and when it comes to the cartel, everyone I met in Tucson in law enforcement that they know about the cartel. The cartel has committed crimes there before. Didn't seem to think that this looked anything like it had the markings of a cartel related in terms of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. That it was cartel related.
Correct. And that's when you look at them coming a month early to check on the location and wear the same getup. I don't know about that. I mean, they're more of a hit and run organization, meaning they're gonna do something and they're gonna do it swiftly and with great precision and destruction. They're certainly not going to sit in there for 41 minutes unless they walked from the border and they were exhausted and needed to take a nap, which I doubt.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm just wondering, when you were an agent before you retired, like just with us talking about the cartel, I mean, do the agents working the Nancy Guthrie case have to be concerned at all about their own safety with this person still on the run, or does that not really come into play because it's like the person would want to stay as far away from the FBI as possible?
I would not be worried about that. I did work gangs and narcotics for many years, and there were many times I worried, and I had good reason to worry, and then found out later through communications that I had a really good reason to worry. So I don't think this is one of those occasions.
Did someone threaten you?
Yeah.
Really? Wow, that's scary.
And it wasn't an isolated incident.
Oh my
But that's what happens when people go to prison. Family members don't like it.
Yeah, that's a scary part of the job.
It is
for you guys. With the, kind of shifting to the house, to Nancy Guthrie's house, there's obviously been a lot of focus on the house all along. Last week, there was a lot of action on social media. Someone got video of a light going on inside the house, and like, oh my gosh, there was a light in the house. Someone must have been in the house, which I mean, it seems like there's people the family has hired to check on the house, and people come and go. Do you think the house is still important to the investigation? Like, if you were working it, would you advise the family to hold on to the house? Could it still be useful, even though they processed it?
Yes, it could be useful for the trial, for the jurors to go through the house, to look at the back door, to have an understanding of what happened. Because at that point, the jurors would be able to be told that, hey, the offender came in through this door right here. Nancy was sleeping, 6 feet away. Look at the distance here. She had no time to react. She didn't have her hearing aids in. You can imagine she probably, whatever, and this is where we believe she was struck in the face right here as they were trying to take her out, because maybe she watches true crime a lot and she knows once she gets into a vehicle, she's toast. Things like that you can walk through, and you walk through with both the prosecution and the defense. Both have to be present as a general rule in situations like that. So it's it could be very, very helpful for them to see the lay of the land, and maybe even go at night where you can see how dark it is, because a lot of times people will be like, well, why didn't anyone of the neighbors see? But from being parked out there for all that time, especially when you were there when there weren't a whole ton of people. And at the end, when you were one of the only guys out there, you could see how much darker it is when there aren't a lot of people there, and when it's not a full moon. Or you can see that, hey, from standing on the curb, it looks like there's almost a berm up to her front door, that walkway, where if I were walking my dog here, I really wouldn't be able to see because of this large tree in front of her house. Or people saying, couldn't she just go into that little cul-de-sac area behind her back patio? Remember that day you went out there and showed us what that looked like? And you were saying it's really kind of hard walking through here, even though you're a young, fit man. And, you certainly couldn't do that with Nancy, especially if she's unconscious or hurt or bleeding. And you'd probably have to drag her, even if you were dragging her with a tarp, there'd be a huge mark there that certainly would have been noticed by law enforcement or some of the initial searchers. So there's a lot of questions that you can have answered for the jury so that they're not confused when they go in to deliberate. Because some people get caught up on minutia, on details that don't matter. A lot of small details do matter, but sometimes they get wrapped around the axle of, well, the backyard was right there. Well, they could have just no, it's not easy. You can't really navigate this easily.
I appreciate you calling me fit, Maureen. First of all, that was nice of you to say that. But it seems like for a jury visit, it could be important. But what about for law enforcement? I mean, is there a reason that they would need to go back at this point, or would that be unusual?
Well, once the scene was turned back over to the family, anything they did after that is going to be really hard. Whoever has to go on the stand, if someone were to go on the stand and talk about that, whatever evidence was found, because the house was turned over, there were other people involved. You couldn't say that this, didn't happen after the fact. And
all right, we're going to stop it right there and just talk about what we heard just a minute. Because we've all said this, Maggie, we've talked about it at length, that if this ever does get to trial, if we find somebody that's connected to this crime, we have all talked about that after they turned over the house the first time, after 23 hours, that anything that happened after that, if we were sitting in that jury, if I was sitting in that jury, I wouldn't even consider that in any testimony, because the house was turned back over. Anybody could have done anything in there, and it can't be proven that that's the way it looked when the police went there. What's that do, Mags?
Yeah, I agree totally. Anything can be so.
Yeah. I mean, I think anything that happened after the first time turning it over, they shouldn't even bring that stuff up, because I mean, they messed that part up. But the other thing that I wanted to say about the house, and Brian asked her, is it good for the family to hang on to the house? And she says yes, because of a jury, right? Well, here's the deal. I got a couple questions about that. First of all, if the house, if she does not have any kind of a trust or anybody acting in her on her
Oh
behalf.
no, Lee, sorry, it's the bastard bins haven't gone.
It's okay. If she doesn't have anybody that is set up to work on her behalf, like a power of attorney, they actually cannot get rid of the house until a court declares her dead. And I think, like I said before, in the state of Arizona, it is 3 years before you can even submit to the courts to have her declared deceased. Now, maybe what they're meaning by, just hang on to the house is let's not move anything. Don't move furniture. Don't go pick something out of her house that you want for your house. Stuff like that. Like leave the house frozen in time, sadly, for however long that that they think that they can, you know what I mean? At least until they can declare her dead legally. Because what we do know is I pulled her up the report on that house. And Nancy bought that house in 1972. And the 80, 90, 2012, 22. So the house is over 50. She has owned that house for over 50 years old. She raised her family there, her kids there in that home. I think it's pretty safe to say that house is paid off. So there is no reason that anybody would have to be paying any kind of bills unless you want to leave the lights on. And that could be a law that the lights have to stay on, or something like that.
Didn't she get a second mortgage on that, Lee?
I don't know, but it's been 50 years. You would think most houses in the 70s was a 20 to 25-year loan. Now it's more like a 30-year loan.
Yeah.
So if you figure she took a second mortgage out, it would still in 50 years be paid off. So, and then we looked
but
at
what
it.
if it's only a recent thing? What if it's only been a couple? Wasn't that suggested that it was only a couple of years ago that there was a second mortgage taken out on it?
I mean, I haven't seen any legal documents to say that.
No, me neither. No, I have heard it being said, even in with with Maureen and Chris McDonald and stuff like that. It's been suggested. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I never seen any paperwork or anything. So
yeah,
I think maybe
I
it's just
hadn't even
speculation.
I really hadn't even heard that. And if we pull it up on Zillow, it won't show how much money is owed on the house. It
Yeah,
just shows the
yeah.
first mortgage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, listen, I don't think Nancy Guthrie was poor by any means. At least by my standards, you know what I mean? I think she was at least upper middle class. I think that her daughter, Savannah, would have loaned her money or given her money instead of taking money out of a mortgage again. That's going to cost a lot more money on taxes and whatever you call it when you take out a loan on something and you got to pay the interest. So it would make more sense to me that if you have a daughter who's a millionaire to say, hey, yo, like I'm going to need $300K like pronto. And I'm sure her daughter would have given it to her. So that's why I just think that house is totally paid off. Because if I had money and one of my family members needed it, I would say, don't take out a loan. Here's the loan. Pay me back. You know what I mean? Instead of paying all the interest and stuff on it. So, it's, I believe that the house should just be frozen in time. And like I said, if there's no power of attorney on Nancy, now there could be, she was 84 years old. I mean, my husband has a power of attorney on his mom. who is not quite yet 80, but like my dad, he's 84. Nobody has power of attorney over his stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
so it just depends. But so hopefully they can just leave it for however long that it needs to stand there. I'm not talking 20 years, you guys. Listen, you can't leave a house sitting for even 5 years before it starts falling apart. That's just what happens. You have to actually inhabit it to keep the house going. Why is the bear side-eyeing you? Because I'm cute without my teeth.
I don't know whether that was something to do what I said there, because I said, oh, I have to watch it. Said I have to. Oh, I can't remember what it says.
Oh, you have to watch the morbid stuff side-eyeing you, like out the side of your eyes.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was that.
Hi, Sally. Good to see you again, honey. I didn't get notifications. Not sure why. Sometimes that happens. So if you unsub and then resub and then hit the bells, just make sure you resub. And then you hit the bells, maybe that will fix your notifications. Because I know that happens to some people, even me. I have to refresh, unsub and resub and then hit the notifications again. All right, so let's keep going with this. I think we're about done with it. And then we'll just sit around chit chat until Lainey gets too tired and then Maggie can take over.
But let me ask you a question first. FBI ERT went in 4 days after Nancy went missing. Is that correct? And do you know how long they stayed inside the house?
FBI went in. So it was, I have to go back and look at my timeline, but the locals processed it. It was 4 days later when the FBI showed up and closed it off again with their evidence team.
Okay, so the first evidence team then, Brian, the Pima County Sheriff's evidence crew, they were in there overnight, correct? So they were in there from like dinner time all the way till about what time the next morning?
Early. I don't remember the exact time, but it was early the next morning.
Okay, so that's still giving it up way too quickly. However, it's still a decent amount of time. Do you know how many bodies were there? Meaning how many evidence techs?
I don't know the exact number. It wasn't like when the FBI showed up by any means.
Okay, so it wasn't like it
arrived.
It could have been 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, it may have been like 5 or 6. It seemed like it was hard. I mean, it was hard to tell it on the street because I don't know if some of them were just deputies keeping an eye outside,
Right. All right. So hopefully they got a lot. Hopefully they got a lot more than we think they got.
I'll go ahead and say it for Maureen and for Brian, who are totally trying to be politically correct here, and I am not at all, if you know me. No, the Pima County Sheriff's Department fucked this up from word go, and I'm sorry if that offends anybody. They screwed it up from word go. There wasn't enough bodies there to pick that house apart. The freaking mat, oh my God. The mat is probably still on the porch for all we know. And there was no sense at that point, the FBI even taking it, I guess, because it had been walked over so much, even though I still would have taken it. Pima County messed this up so bad that we will be lucky if anybody gets anything on this. So no, they're being nice and politically correct, and Maureen comes from law enforcement, so of course she's walking that line as well. No, there was not enough bodies there. There was not enough people there processing that scene. They didn't call the FBI in quick enough, and Nanos fucked us up from the very beginning.
Hopefully they got fingerprints that aren't in the system yet or something. I don't know. I still think one of the keys is going to be that bite light and all the saliva or DNA that that person probably likely wiped on their gloves and then transferred someplace. I don't know. Did you notice?
Sorry, you cut up. What'd you say? Did they take what?
Did they take the bed linens out of the house? Were there any giant bags?
I
didn't
don't
see
know.
any.
I mean, there were bags, especially when the FBI came back, but I don't know what was in. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I would imagine they did, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be typical. I guess the reason I was asking and pushing on that is because of, I talked to some of the neighbors. There's some neighbors that just kind of want things to chill out in the neighborhood. And I think back to Idaho when they tore down the house, which seemed like a mistake before the trial. But I'm just wondering if the Guthrie family is like considering, at some point, are they going to want to sell the house? Like, just sort of, I wonder what they do there and if there's any sort of law enforcement input.
Well, Savannah's probably talking to her team, her security team and lawyers. She's probably listening to lawyers who are giving her advice. The best advice most people say about any situation, anytime there's a big change in your family dynamic, is don't do anything for at least a year. So we're coming up on 6 months. I believe it's August 1st. And that's also a big rite of passage for a lot of people and a lot of cultures. When someone's gone for 6 months, that's a very significant point. So I would say keep the house for a year if I were advising her, and then just make a decision. If they kept the house, could they afford to keep the house for 2 or 3 years until things calm down? Because this was such a traumatic event for everyone in that family. Why not just keep it for a couple of years until hopefully we have a trial and the jurors can at least, the prosecution can at least be afforded the opportunity to show the jurors the lay of the land and how she lived. Because one thing that will happen if they are allowed to walk through that crime scene is they're just going to see what a lovely woman Nancy was. They're going to look around and see the house as a time capsule, just as Nancy left it. And it will have an impact on them. It'll remind them, how you and I often talk about how you can get lost in the latest story about Nancy Guthrie, but what we should be getting lost in is the woman that was lost to us, and this innocent 84-year-old woman who was just going to sleep for the night and praying that she wakes up the next morning and look what happened. So I think if you can portray that image to the jurors, I think that is a very, very valuable piece of evidence in and of itself, because they'll be able to feel her presence in a place like that, I think.
And what you said about a time capsule just reminded me when my grandma passed away. That is one of the weird things about, and I'm sure for the Guthries too, going in there, like when someone passes away suddenly, it is like a time capsule. Like it's really strange. I don't know if you've had that experience, but it's like, the little stationery and the grocery note and yes. In some ways you don't really want to disturb that.
And the way it smells, and I don't mean anything derogatory. I mean, you can just smell that that's the laundry detergent she uses, and that's the way, the clean air spray or whatever that room spray is that she used, and the throw blanket on the sofa. They're all reminiscent of different things, and they all conjure up different thoughts or feelings for anyone walking through that scene.
Yeah, so I'm sure there's an emotional decision too that has to be made beyond just sort of the practical and whether it will be needed for like law enforcement purposes or a trial.
And I told you when our mom passed very suddenly, we kept the place for a couple of years so that we could just go over there and sit in her chair and watch TV and have a cup of coffee, or, I was out of town, so I would stay there when I got back. Did
you keep everything kind of untouched?
Totally.
Yeah.
Completely.
And then when you did sell it and clean it, like, did you feel like you had kind of, was it easier to do then versus doing it right away?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I was lucky in that regard because I lived thousands of miles away, and my sisters, in large part, did most of it. So they went through all the paperwork first, and they did that as they could, and then so they did all that. So that was a blessing that I didn't have to go through all of that.
I also wanted to ask you, Maureen, since you're in Los Angeles, this other big case that we've all been following involving David, the rapper. He was just in court again. Actually looks kind of like disheveled, but he's going to have a preliminary hearing. It got pushed back a little bit, but it's going to happen in July. The evidence is disturbing from, this kiddie pool that he allegedly had in his house and allegations that he dismembered her in the kiddie pool. And then
All right, guys, that is another case that we need to cover. I was asked if I would cover that case, and it was just right before I had to take a little liaison for a little while here, and we will be covering that case. I just need to get my mind around it and get back in the groove. So I'm going to stop that right there because it's a whole different case than what we're talking about here. Listen, it just makes you wonder listen, I think they've got quite a bit of evidence. I think there is definitely, I don't think they've got DNA. I just don't. I do think there's more video. I think there's quite a bit more video than what we're being shown. And I think they're going to just every so often give us another little tidbit.
You said that from the word go, didn't you? You can see where it's being cut. You can see.
3 times in at least one of the videos. Yeah. 3 times. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really amazing.
Sorry, Lee.
Good night, Jane. Thank you for coming in, honey. It was so good to see you.
Good night, Jane. Take care, love.
So, I mean, it's just sad because I mean everybody thought this was going to be done in like 2 weeks tops, right? Like this was going to be easy case, and here we are, 140. Well, today is 144 days. 144 days.
Honestly think that the sheriff knew he knew of his problem with the FBI, and I think he deliberately did what he did because he knew how much problems it would cause further along the line for the FBI once they came in. I do believe it.
So do you think he knew to screw it up because it was because of the FBI, or do you think he's involved as in like he knows who did this and maybe got a payout? I mean, we know that Nanos has a criminal record. He should have never been they didn't vet him when he was put on the ballot to become the sheriff there.
Yeah.
So
well, at first I just thought it was he's ballsed it up because he's got a titty lip with the FBI. He's got his problems and he won't let things lie, and that's what they've all said. You know, he holds a grudge, and I thought initially that was the reason why. But the more this is going on and the more I'm hearing, I'm just thinking he's got something to do with this. He's being paid off. There's something, and it's got to do with him either way. There's something he knows, something he's covering up, and he's took money for it.
You remember when we first started this, Maggie, a lot of people said that to us. They were like, that sheriff. And that was before we knew that he had that in El Paso, he was basically
All the
fired from there,
allegations
right?
and that,
For abusing that inmate or criminal that he was bringing in. So even before we knew of his criminal record, because that's criminal, people were saying, that sheriff knows. And he's being paid off to screw this all up and to stretch it out. Because now it kind of makes sense. Because you know me, I always try to think the good, you know. They're wearing the bad, so they have to be good people, you know that. But when you think about it now, you know, he turned away the Cajun Navy. He turned away all of the people that wanted to go out and do those searches. Remember, they were trying to organize a search, and the sheriff's office was like, "Oh, negative, you're not doing that." And then, how long did it take for him to call in the FBI? But that was after like a lot of crap that he took. But maybe he was going to call him in at a certain point, anyways, after whatever time needed to pass, right? What do you guys think about him? Hi, Cheetah, good to see you. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that Sheriff Nanos, have a good day. Do you think Sheriff Nanos is involved in like either knowing all of it, parts of it, took a payout to be quiet, took a payout to mess it up so that they would have trouble solving the case or never being able to solve this case? I mean, because I was literally shocked because you know, sheriffs, they're elected into office. So he was elected into that office. I think that if the public knew his record already, they wouldn't have elected him. But I mean, a criminal's a criminal's a criminal, y'all. I mean, yeah, some of them get right with Jesus, and some of them, you know, they go to jail for a little while. But he didn't do any jail time. He didn't do nothing for what he had done. He just got fired. So, and then moved to a different state, and bada bing, bada bang. Now he's big man on campus. I don't know, guys. I think I kind of agree with that just the way that it looked, I mean, it looks bad. It looks bad for him.
Yeah. There's definitely something not right. Like you say, he has stopped every handout for help that people have offered him. He has refused it. He's stopped it. He's he's put everything and it's not as like they're out there. I'm not saying they're not out there looking and we don't know about it, but you can't see anything going on. There's nothing. I mean,
No,
he wouldn't let anyone search around where they'd already searched. He wouldn't even allow that. And he's even jailing YouTubers. That's how bad
yeah,
it's got.
exactly.
You know that these people are out there offering the services out there in excruciating sweltering heat, and which brings me to the next part of what I want to say. Did you hear what was said last night about Savannah Guthrie?
No, tell
And
us.
well, apparently she's been talking with the sheriff or whoever, because you'd have to listen, complaining about the YouTubers and how much she dislikes them.
Okay.
And they really cuss up about it. And it was on JLR last night. Now I've got it here ready if you want me to pull it up.
Yeah,
So you can
absolutely.
hear how it went down.
I do want you to pull that up. And while you're pulling that up, I do want to say this. And I'm not saying this because I am a YouTuber. People that have been around here since I started this channel 2.5 years ago, there hasn't been many. We're not only a true crime channel. There's nothing we don't talk about here. Nothing. If everybody seems interested in a case, we'll cover it. But we don't only do true crime. We do everything, literally. We have done everything. I don't fall under any genre because I have too many interests to just stick to one thing. So I'm not saying this because I do follow true crime, and sometimes I cover it. But let's just face it, you guys. When the tips dried up and the police quit going to Nancy Guthrie's house, the only people that stayed out there was the YouTube people. And listen, I know we can be annoying. Well, I'm not annoying because I don't go there, but I would if I lived close enough. But I understand boundaries too. And listen, if it was my mom, my sister, my aunt, my uncle, whoever, my friend, I would be grateful that someone is talking about them whoever of my family is missing constantly, because a lot of the times, y'all, I could name off so many people right now that have gone missing. YouTubers started with them, and the media was all over it, like, where's this person, where's this person, where's this person? And then the leads dried up, even the YouTubers went away, and nobody even thinks about them anymore. I think about people all the time. I'm like, the hell ever happened to everybody talking about this person or that person? Why isn't anybody still looking? So my question is, if it was your mom, would you want me still talking about it? Would you want me still doing this? I don't understand victims, families, because families are victims of crime too, even though they're not the ones that actually had something happen to them. I don't understand victims saying, no, stop talking about it, unless it has to do with you're making money off of my tragedy. I can understand that. I really can. And I'm not saying I'm holier than thou. I just have a different way of looking at things. I don't monetize anything when it comes to true crime, or unless we're talking about like a case that was solved a long time ago and we were all just interested in it and we want to know what happened and how we got to where we got to. But even then, we don't monetize that stuff. I don't believe in making money off of somebody's tragedy. I just don't. Now, some people do. That's how they make their living. This is not my job. YouTube's not my job. I don't need to make money here. Keep your money. Keep your money. We're good here. But so I could understand, I guess, as a victim saying, look, I don't want people making money off my mom's name. You know what I mean? But to say I'm sick of all the YouTubers, well, they are the ones that are keeping you alive right now. I mean, even your own news station in Tucson is not reporting unless the police give us something else to talk about.
She's worried about hurting her family's life. That's what Scott says. That's what's been said.
Sally said, remember when the sheriff was under investigation years ago? We just found that out like a couple months ago, like when it first broke in the news. That's the first
Yeah.
I had heard of it. And Savannah interviewed him about that. Didn't know that either. Teeth out or in. Corb, you're the only one. Listen, I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you for noticing. But they're out. They're out. I did a whole thing. I did a whole crazy thing. I'm a very impulsive person. And I had to have some dental work done. And I said, you know what? I'm never coming back to the dentist again. So you have to pull all my teeth. And that's what happened. Okay. And I'm getting them soon. So I'll sound better and then I'll be cute again. But thank you for asking. Sally said, like Candace Owens, always talking about Charlie Kirk blaming his wife. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Candace used to, I'm not trying to be hateful, y'all. And I used to like Candace until the Charlie Kirk thing. Look, I don't know who was behind killing Charlie Kirk. I don't know. I don't know if his wife was involved, if Israel's involved, if I don't know who's involved. But when you turn your whole platform into one very worldwide case, and you are making bank on that case by blaming whoever, y'all, that's just wrong. That's morally wrong. It's morally wrong. Do something else too. I mean, but the Candace Owens show should be called I Cover Only Charlie Kirk. No offense. Hi, Jess. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm sending love. God bless President Trump and the American people. Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate you so much. Candace was lying about who she really is. It's evil. Like I said, I used to like her because I thought she had balls. And she's got balls, all right, but she is bought too. She's bought. And that's that. And that's all I have to say about that. All right, Maggie, you want to go ahead and bring it up, Love Bug?
Yeah, so I'll just explain. So JLR is about to take a phone call off a guy called Alex, and Alex is one of the YouTubers that has been going out, you know, long before it was such a big thing about Nancy Guthrie. He's been searching JLR as well. They've been out there, they've given leaflets out, they've done all kinds. And like I said, in this sweltering heat. So these are really cut up about this. They feel very betrayed. So here you go. He'll explain what went on, what it was that made them aware of it. And I hope I'm at the right point anyway. So I'll just bring this up. Bear with me. Can you see that, Lib?
Yep, I can see it. Can you max?
Brother.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. We're dropping my daughter off.
Oh, you're good, brother. 100% in support of you again, and I got your back at all times, right?
I already know you got my back.
So let me just say that there has been some your police report that has been released in reference to, I don't know how people got it. Did they FOIA it or somebody just asked for it or whatever? Did you get it?
I FOIA'd it, but a lot of other people did too. So it was actually already out before we got it.
Okay.
We got 21 pages. Yeah.
So in it, exactly. In it says that according to it, is Savannah more or less approved of them arresting you or spoke badly of you, not only you, but also used YouTubers plural.
Correct, but we need to make something clear because I don't know if she did that. That's on an actual incident report. If it's her, then I respect that. She has a right to be mad at me for whatever reason. But if it's not her, that's why I put it out there. She needs to clarify that. Because That's from Detective Stivers. You know who that is? That's the guy who was on the second press conference. He's the detective that was back there. He's actually in charge of the case. And if Nanos isn't talking to the Guthries, why is he? You know what I mean?
Okay, so that is fair. They put it in a report. They claim they contact Savannah, but it could be a lie. Is that what you're saying? Like it definitely could.
Yeah.
He could have just made stuff up and put it in a report.
Without saying the troll's name, he said he used a voice to sound like her. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. That's why I don't know if it's real or not. All I know is it's a real report. You know what I mean? People are like, I don't know if that's real.
That would be wild. But the way they said it is they contacted Savannah, not Savannah contacted them, correct?
No. It's opposite.
So which one is
I have
it?
to read it again. I believe it says that Savannah called them.
So is it possible an AI voice was used?
Yeah, and the spoof card. Or it was her. It's one or the other. You know, there's not many options. So.
But what you're asking for is clarity or some sort of statement on the matter.
Because I was offended, bro. I was deflated. And I'm not anybody special, but I know that I've been doing boots on the ground, searching before I was even going live for her mother. So for her to, if that is true, yeah, I was pissed.
Alex, I'm pissed too. I'm pissed too because we did blood, sweat, and tears. And I said to everyone, we're live. I said to everyone that, I don't want a pat on the back or I don't even want to thank you from them. Okay, I get it. They could support us low key, behind the scenes, there, whatever like that. But if this is true, this is heartbreaking because this is all. I titled the video "Betrayed Us" because it's like we've done so much to find Nancy. We used our platforms.
Out there, whatever we did, you 12 hours a day. So for them to even kind of just go at me that way too, I mean, I understand that we have different platforms and I speak a little different, but they can't judge me on how I speak and all. That's why it's YouTube. We have our own channels. You know what I mean? People don't need to watch.
She's a journalist herself. She's got a platform.
If anybody would know, you think if anybody would know, it would be her. And she was an attorney. So that's why I find it hard that it's her. But if it is, I have to deal with it. But if it is, then I'm even more hurt because what? I'm doing all this for nothing? But then at the end of the day, it wasn't for her. It was for Nancy. That's why I just kind of it was for Nancy. It wasn't really for her or Tommaso or any of them, really. It's because we want answers for Nancy,
Yeah, I actually tweeted out, I said, we searched, past tense, but we are still searching. We searched more for Nancy than Annie and Tommaso has searched for Nancy.
That's
facts.
100%. That's a fact. And then the other thing that kind of deflated me too is how she announced yesterday, even though we knew she was deceased, now she's known. Now she let us know she's deceased. But then why was she still? I don't know. I just can't put all that together yet. I'm still trying to process it. Really, why didn't she tell us that before? Or, you know what I mean? Because we kind of knew, but we didn't.
No. And I'm not gonna call out specific journalists. But since this got leaked out, or suddenly sources, this new report out in the last couple of days about the second ransom that she was buried in nature dead, right? Some journalists are claiming they knew this and had known this all along. But why are you suddenly coming out now? If you knew this all along, why didn't you share this months ago?
Exactly, that's a fact. Why aren't journalists being, doing journalism?
Journalism, it's horrible. Like, is that real journalism when you know some information that's critical to the case and you just want to keep it silent?
Yeah, and so check this one out, JLR. So this is just a little piece from Detective Perez, the one that arrested me at the house. On a report, this is just pulling a sentence out of there. The invasion of so-called journalists who have been taking advantage of someone else's tragedy to increase their social media followers and potentially benefit financially. Is this a police report or is it a fucking documentary about my life? Like, you're supposed to follow the law, not your feelings, Detective Perez. You know what I'm saying? So, why are they concerned about where I'm making? See what I mean? Like, potentially benefit financially. What does that have to do with blocking the roadway? which they say,
So-called YouTubers.
yeah, the invasion of the invasion of so-called journalists. So I guess she's a so-called.
Oh yeah, so-called journalists. That's right.
Well, she's a so-called detective then.
So-called but she's. What's she trying to say? That is that their way? They're going to try to say, well, these people are going to claim they could do what they could do under the guise of journalism, but they're so-called journalists.
Exactly.
They're not really journalists.
Exactly. Law enforcement reports are supposed to document facts, evidence, observations, not personal opinions, not how you're.
So, hang on. How do I get back? Right, I think I'm back. Yeah. So, they're just going to wait now and find out if this is true or what, and why nothing was said to them about that they knew. I mean, we all speculated that she was dead through things that we'd been listening to along the way, but to the finally, I mean, would that have harmed the investigation to have told anyone that?
Good question. And somebody did ask that in chat earlier tonight. They said, why now? Why are they just now releasing that part of the
Yeah.
note where they say, she's dead? I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like it's not like it would have hindered anybody searching. They would have still been searching for her body.
Exactly.
So it just I don't understand it as well.
And I think that's what they have been searching for, Lee, after this long. I think that's exactly what they have been searching for.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? If this is the case now, I'm sorry, but I'd turn around and say, well, it's not going to benefit. If I found out that Savannah Guthrie was, that this is true, I'd say, well, you know what? We're not benefiting Nancy anymore. It's only going to benefit to help them. I'm not helping them. After what's getting said and what they've done, I'm going to step back now. Poor Nancy doesn't need that help anymore.
Sally says the family didn't necessarily believe the note. They wanted the public to keep looking for Nancy. But the problem is, Sally, they didn't let it. They didn't let him. They didn't let him.
There was a few notes, and it was the FBI told them to take two of them serious. Which, so I think in all honesty, for the time that she'd been missing at that point, do you think after 24 hours she's more likely to have been dead than anything?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a long time. How long is it now?
144 days right now.
Yeah.
144 days. It's just nuts. It's nuts.
I mean, none of them have been out searching.
No, and the police did everything they could. I shouldn't say the police. Nanos did everything he could to discourage people from looking. And here's what I think it is. We do know that JLR and his homies, they spent a lot of time in that desert around Tucson, and not just them, Brian Enton as well. And they have reported back to all of us many, many times of all the things that they have found out there in the desert and in the culverts and in the washes and things, children's clothing, children's shoes, backpack. So in other words, what they have discovered is that is a high human trafficking area, that little line right there that goes from Tucson. I don't know where it comes in from. It could come in from different parts of the U.S., but from Tucson all the way down to the Mexican border, right? You can't tell me that the sheriff does not know about that human trafficking area. It's a high trafficked area with a lot of homeless people that stay in that area at nighttime and things like that. But it's been proven that children were being trafficked through there. Is that one of the reasons why? Maybe I'm unfairly saying this, but listen, you have to consider everything, especially when we've got so many missing people, not just Nancy Guthrie. We've got so many missing people in our country, and all these babies, these children that are going missing
Yeah.
That's a hub right there. Did Nano, and you can't tell me Nanos don't know about it. All right. It's his area. It's his turf. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So my question is that one of the reasons why he didn't come clean, or he's not coming clean, or having the FBI come in, or the Cajun Navy come in, because he knows that's a high trafficking area into Mexico? And what part does he take in that? What part?
Exactly. He's probably pays off to keep his mouth shut, say nothing.
Yep. So I mean, you have to consider all the areas. And I want to look up something really quick because I think I'm right.
Jane, I didn't see anything about a 4 million and did you turn a body? That's the first that I've heard that. I know they had the deal on and she was offering to give them the money that they wanted, and then it went quiet. So that's when they started speculating she's dead. It's too late. They've got no body. They can't prove it because they wanted proof of life at first. And then it just went quiet. So that's when, as I said, they thought she's gone. But I've never heard about the 4 million. I think you might have got that wrong there, but I don't know. I could be wrong. But even on the Today Show yesterday, I seen a glimpse of that, and she said, you know, we just want to find out. It's so important to us. In other words, where the mum's body is.
Yeah, it would drive me crazy.
The reward's still there. They just
It would-
want someone, no questions asked. It'll be totally anonymous.
Yeah.
And the reward money's there.
Just let us get our mom. Yeah, because that would drive me crazy not knowing. Let me
Oh,
give you guys something else to think about with Sheriff Nanos, and then I'll shut up about it. I don't know for how long, but I'll shut up for the second. So the police department that Sheriff Nanos left because of his criminal record that he has there of abusing people that are in his custody. It was in El Paso, Texas. Let me ask you this. How far is the Mexican border from El Paso, Texas? Oh, that's right. It's right there. It's right there. Listen, and I don't want to be defamatory. It's just weird to me. The whole situation's weird to me. He was the sheriff in El Paso, Texas, a border city, right? I mean, first time I was married in El Paso. My ex-husband was stationed at Fort Bliss, and we used to walk right across the border, y'all, and walk right back in. You know, that was before we actually needed passports to go over to Juarez. So here the sheriff is, and he is doing criminal activity in that department, and he was finally caught for it and finally resigned, or whatever they did with him. Then he moves to another town that is close to the border, and we know just from the reporting from the Nancy Guthrie case that is a human trafficking area into Mexico as well. Is that by design that this man, I'm just asking a question, Mr. Nanos, Sheriff, sir, if you will, out of everywhere in the country that you could have become a sheriff somewhere, you stay on the Mexican border route. Why? Did somebody higher up hide his criminal record, and that's how he was able to get put on the ballot to become sheriff? Did somebody in the cartel make sure he became sheriff? Did somebody in the cartel make sure that he is in the job he's in because he's part of all that? Listen, I'm not trying to defame somebody or nothing like that, but this is all just weird. Do I think the cartel had anything to do with the Nancy Guthrie missing thing? No, I just don't, because I
No, I
listen, the cartel doesn't deal in $1 million kind of things. You know what I mean? The cartel deals in millions of dollars. Okay. So I've got a stepsister, actually, that's in the Florida pen right now, because she used to run drugs from Los Angeles into Tijuana, and she made really, really good money. Really good money. Now, none of us knew it until she got arrested, and she's been arrested for a couple times. He finally sent her up the road. She went to prison. She's got, I think she's got 8 more years in federal prison. So, but what caught her was, how they caught her was, so she's obviously not the only person that runs drugs for these people that she was running the drugs for. But it was a person that she works with that for some reason couldn't do that drug run on that day that they needed it done. And you kind of are at the disposal when you do that kind of work. You're at those people own you. Let me just put it that way. They own you. If they tell you you're going and your husband's on his deathbed, believe me, you're going, or you're going to find someone to go, because there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? I only know this crap from Jennifer, okay? My stepsister. And so, because of the person who was supposed to run the drugs that day couldn't, he called Jennifer and asked her, look, these got to go. Can you do it for me? You can use my car, whatever. Okay. She ended up taking that job and got pulled over before she got to the border. And she was caught with all that drugs in her car. And that was it. I mean, she was doing petty crime before. She was running drugs that wasn't that big, but that was like, I forget how much it was in there. Listen, I'm not lying to you. I could give her full name out. She's well known. And that's how they were able to get her off the street. And she's now in the Florida pen for doing it. So I've learned a lot about that kind of stuff, from her. So I don't even know why I told you guys that, but the cartel. I don't believe that Nancy this has anything to do with the cartel. I just don't. I think it has to do with her family, and they need money, because the cartel deals in big monies, not the little stuff. And to them, $1 million is not much money at all. It's just not. It's not to the cartel. So, but I just find it odd, really, that Nanos is still on the Mexican border, and maybe that's exactly why everything was done the way that it was done. Who knows? I don't know.
Who knows?
And now he's gone radio silence, right? We don't even hear from him anymore. Good morning, Chris. Good to see you.
Morning.
The way they count votes there, the sheriff probably will always win. I smell a rat, RC says. I do too. It took me a long time to get there, RC, because I'm gullible, but it takes me a while to get to places, but I finally get to there, and I do believe something's up with the sheriff. I just don't know what. I don't know what. Go ahead, Maggie. Do you want to finish this part up, or is that part over?
I don't know whether, to be honest, when I was watching it, I fell asleep, but I know I'd heard that part. So, but let me carry on playing and just see.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Aldino, good to see you. This guy is JLR. If one of the mods would mind dropping JLR's link in the chat, we sure appreciate him that he has allowed us to, because he could strike us. And he told everybody on YouTube, he said, look, let's just keep Nancy Guthrie's name out there. YouTubers can use his work. And that's really, really nice because a lot of people wouldn't do that. No matter how you feel about
Yeah.
JLR, look, we got to give the man, if you can't give him props for
Credit
anything
where
else,
it's due. Yeah.
the props go to, for me with JLR, it goes to, he has done a lot for this case. And he has done a lot to try to help find Nancy. And I got to give him that. So no matter how you feel about him, whatever, listen, you have to give him props for this part of it. Thank you, Mary Jane Doe. There is JLR Investigates link if you guys want to check him out. All right, Max,
someone's profession or their platform or their audience or their income. It's law, straight up law.
Absolutely crazy, Alex. And it makes me think differently for the Guthrie family. I think it's true. I really do think the authorities, because there was another report that said they called Savannah about authorization of someone on the property, and she confirmed that person could be there. And it didn't on the other.
It wasn't me. It was about the other guy, right?
Yes, but there was a report somewhere. Was it dealing with your arrest the first time, or something like that? During the, it said this one report. We had to go back and read the reports. I believe there's a report out there prior that said that, when you were out there, that, assuming it was the Tesla guy that was there, that they called Savannah,
right,
and Savannah authorized that person to be there.
I'm trying to find this one thing where the cop wrote it.
Savannah, BG.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this report is from Stivers, and it says this is one of his own words. Over the last couple of months, she has expressed to me her displeasure about what has been going on with these bloggers, and has on multiple occasions told me that she fears for her and her family's safety with some of the actions that they have been taking. So if he put that in the report, it means that he has been talking to her, and for months is what it says here. Over the last couple months, she has expressed to me her displeasure. So I'm gonna have to take this as this probably is her.
Yeah. Until, like you said, otherwise. Savannah has a lot more to worry about than Alex. It's definitely a troll. Think about the facts, guys. Seriously, it's a troll. It is obvious. The B girl thinks it's a troll that did this. I think it's Savannah.
I think it's Savannah only because I'm going back and forth with it, but when I read that sentence, that says a lot, because that's not her words, that's the detective's words. Over the last couple of months. Yeah.
But the same reports out there, and the ones that are out there now, are saying, like, literally they're people, one person from Canada or something made a complaint about you.
It's weird.
And somebody else, and another one where it was called into the Tucson switchboard, and then it went to Pima County, showing that somebody just assumed Tucson, so they contacted Tucson. So that to me seems like it's an outsider that doesn't know.
And plus it makes you wonder now as well, because they had the one neighbour who was making their life hell there. Now it's evidence that she is a friend of the Savannah Guthrie, or the Guthrie family, and she's been cahooting with them back and forth, doing whatever she's doing to giving them information. So that's another thing. But Chris McDonough of the Interview Room, he actually did a short for these guys in favour of them. He's got their back, and he says they now I might say this wrong. Is it their Fifth Amendment is being violated, or is it the First Amendment? I don't know, Lee. What is it? Because I could get it wrong. He's probably gone for a ciggy. So it looks like it is here. So what do you think of that? Do you think that's just totally terrible? Because I do. I can't believe how hard these have worked. And now there's another guy, which is another YouTuber, which is Mark the Shark, which does a lot of work as well. And now he said something about on X that he's being approached by somebody with a picture to say something that they've spotted that looks credible. Not far from the house, the Guthrie house, from Nancy's house, which looks like it's it that could be disturbed. Who knows? I don't know at this point. That could be anything. But Sally said so many people think the family had something to do with Nancy disappearing, so Savannah worried that the family will be attacked physically by someone. Well, yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Anyone would think that. But that could be. That didn't necessarily mean it was gonna come from the YouTubers. The YouTubers were out there fighting to find their mum, and all they were saying is what the hell that they must be going through. So they knew that it wasn't going to be from them.
Let me play. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Max.
Sorry, no, go on, Lee. Go on.
I want to play devil's advocate here for just a minute, because I did talk about the YouTubers. Thank God for them, because when nothing's really going on, the news isn't even covering it, right? But I want to play devil's advocate here. I have not seen the video of Alex being arrested yet.
It's awful. It's awful.
But here's was he arrested in front of Nancy's house?
Yes.
Okay, this is where I kind of draw the line.
They were trying to throw him on the floor.
I got something to say about that too. But here's where I kind of draw the line. What is the point anymore of sitting outside of Nancy Guthrie's house? I mean, first, you're disturbing the peace, because there's other people that live there that don't, they're just like, just go, let us live our life, let the police do their thing. So you are disturbing the peace being there. Second of all, if something's going to happen, you're going to know it happened, then you can come back. Why can't you go and broadcast? Like, obviously we could see JLR in his background. It looks like he's in the police parking lot. That's where I would be, because you'll see if something's going on, then police would be like boom, 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 and they're all out there, right? So at what point do you morally pull yourself away and say, you know what? There's nothing to see here. I can still stream, keep this alive, keep talking to people, keep doing this, but maybe from the police parking lot instead of in front of someone's house again. What says you, Max?
Yeah. Do you know, sorry, I missed a bit of what you said there. I'll be honest with you, ladies. I'm trying to pull it up to show you him getting arrested in case you're interested.
Yeah, I want to see it. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, what do you guys think, Kat? I mean, do you think that, there has to come a time? Like I said, we're on day 144. I'm getting tired now. At what point do you say, okay, we're not going to sit out in front of this home anymore, or in this neighborhood and keep bothering these neighbors, let me just go sit at the police station, do my live streaming from there instead of in front of her house. And I mean, I understand that they want to see if tomato hot sauce dude goes back into the house, or if a cleaning crew goes in, or the pool guy goes in, or I get that. But at some point you've got to respect the other people that live there, in my view.
Oh, a lot of the people as well, apart from this one, were coming up and thanking them, bringing them water out and drinks out and that, the food through the night, saying that they lived on their own and they were frightened. And they said, well, they didn't understand, because there was only 2 of them there at that point that were staying, and saying that they felt safer than being there. And like you say, if they were being a nuisance, I wouldn't like that myself. I'd say, look, lads, you're being nuisances. We can hear you from the houses. And they used to brush up every night, made sure they didn't leave any mess with us. Loads of videos of them doing it.
Okay.
They cleaned up all the time. All the time they were cleaning up. Then he got accused of by this one neighbour saying that he was urinating, and it was a lie.
Okay. Pink Peony, good to see you here. Thank you for coming in. Pink Peony says, if my mama were kidnapped and her house is vacant, I would not want people hanging out outside her home. Who else is going to join them? Criminal past. Savannah's just trying to do her best. I guess it just really falls on what is important to you because, even like Brian Inton reported, he said, that there's been neighbors that have walked up to him and said, I'm so glad you guys are here. Like when the sheriff said, you guys can't park here anymore.
Yeah.
So they had to walk walk up there and set up their live stream. So, and then, we've heard from the neighbors themselves that have said, no, I just wish they would just go away. So
Yeah.
what is the right thing to do? I guess the right thing would be to get in touch, just like Pink Peony mentioned right there. Maybe try to get in touch with family, say, hey, what do you want from me? Do you mind that I'm sitting across the street? I clean up after myself. I'm not being loud. I'm just keeping the attention out here. I'm just keeping the story out here, or would you be okay with the family saying, like, no, we don't want you sitting outside the house. Please just go away, let it rest, let the neighborhood try to get back to some
If you
normalization,
were
and would you
being
move?
pain
What
in the asses, I would say, yeah, you need to move on. You're causing a disruption, blah, blah, blah. But from what I know, there was only, at the end, there was only two of them that were just sitting out there quiet. Two fellas, didn't have much going on, nothing to do, who just decided, well, you know what, we'll just sit out here and we'll talk about it all night and keep our name out there. So that I didn't think any harm in that. If there's been now, look, I've seen a couple of things I didn't agree with, and I thought, no, move on, that's enough. So I just think, I mean, would I feel safer? 100%. You know what I'm like? I feel safer. I'd want them to live. I'd move them in on the driveway, being honest. I'd be terrified if I thought that happened on my doorstep. But I know there's two sides to every story. I get that. But when they're putting them in a bad light and this, they're going in hard on them, then I see it from their point of view as well. I think it's wrong.
I got you. Sally said, I don't see why he needs to park outside Nancy's house. I couldn't even sit outside a house with my boyfriend growing up without the cops knocking on the window. Hi, Larry. Good to see you. Says, where was this? Well, this is the Nancy Guthrie case out of Tucson, Arizona. She is Savannah Guthrie's mother, who was kidnapped on February the 1st of this year, and she has not been found yet. Pink Peony says, that is a valid point. There is a murderer on the loose, defenseless seniors. It doesn't help that street lighting is not available. Town meeting is so necessary. Right. So what are the police doing to protect?
That had already gone in on, hadn't it? Like, that had already gone on a few years before. That where someone was in prison who done this. He'd gone in one of the old people's houses. And this he'd been seen going along around the neighborhood. So this has happened before. So I'd be terrified.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a good question for the town leaders, right? That's a good question for the sheriff's office. Like, what are you doing to protect us? I understand we can't have street lights because of the conservatory at the college there, but the deal is that as long as the light is under an awning, if you look at Nancy's house, she does have floodlights there, you guys. It's just under an awning so that the lights aren't shining up in the sky. Okay. So what are we worried more about? Human life being taken, or are we worried about how many stars are in the sky? I don't know. And then why can't they put street lights out there and put it underneath an awning so the lights shining on the ground and not up? You know what I mean? Like, why has this gone on for almost 7 months now, and there's still no proper security out there when there is a killer on the loose? Why?
Also, it was said, I mean, again, speculation, who knows, but it does make you think that was the main drug run. You know, getting things in and out of Mexico.
Yeah,
that was one of the main runs, and that's why the cops wanted it cleared.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Yeah. So there's that to consider too, especially if the #1 cop there is involved and is on payroll.
Who's corrupt? Yeah.
Sally says, I'm not saying the guy should have been arrested. Pink Peony says, law enforcement is not pushing for a town meeting for some odd reason. Yeah, they should. In fact, they've had a couple town meetings since then over Sheriff Nanos. So something's got to be done. RC says,
strange.
I agree. If there isn't any more police activity going on, then I would call it a day and just go sit somewhere else. Maggie, were you able to find the arrest?
Yeah, I've got it up here. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at that. I have not seen that.
The guy that was arrested, and he was like, what? No, didn't have a clue what was going on. And this is it now. Okay, so let me stop sharing that. And let me share this. Oh, bloody hell, I pressed the wrong one. Can you see that, Lee?
It's coming. Yep, can see it. Mm-hmm. Who are we showing? All right, we're showing JLR again, you guys.
Let's get hey. No, stand up.
What I do?
Stand up. You're under arrest.
For what?
You're under arrest.
What am I under arrest for? Hey.
Stand up.
Hey.
Stand up.
Okay, but listen, you guys. What am I under arrest for?
Drop.
Hey, what am I under arrest for? Dude.
Stop it.
Don't do it.
Okay, can we stop it right there? Ethel.
I'm not even fighting you. I want to know what I'm arrested for.
Get on the ground.
What am I under arrest for?
Maggie.
Get on the ground.
What am I under arrest for?
Get on the freaking ground.
Hold on, I think I should it. Sorry, Lee.
Half a minute. I have to say, videos like this drive me crazy, you guys. And I know I'm old fashioned, and I know I'm a fuddy duddy, and this stuff right here pisses me off. And it's not for what you probably think it is. Listen, I've never been arrested, knock on wood. I'm waiting on the right time. I'm waiting to go to jail for a really good reason. But look, I grew up in gang territory. I grew up in gangland, you guys, where the real Crips and the Bloods are, right? And I watched many people get arrested, pulled out of their homes, things like that. Had the cops walking through my home. You guys know, at least every other weekend, the police walking through our home looking for the guys that lived next door who were drug dealers and stuff. But one thing I never noticed, I mean, and these were big time people in our little community that were running drugs and running gangs and stuff like that. Never once did I see when I would see someone get arrested, did I ever see him fight the cop? I have a severe problem with that. And if that pisses you off because you think, well, they have no right to do this to him because they haven't even told him why he's being arrested or anything else. You know what? Just do what the hell you're told to do. And like I said, I'm old fashioned, but if that was my kid right there, I'd be like, excuse me, sir, get your hand off my kid. I'd beat the hell out of my kid. And then I'd be like, now arrest him. Because listen, police brutality is real. It's a real thing. Nanos, tell us about it. But this right here to me is not police brutality. Just get on the fucking ground. Do what you're told to do. And so many people get hurt and they claim police brutality because they do shit like this. You're fighting two cops. How far do you think you're going to get with it? Even if you don't know what's going on.
He didn't claim police brutality. He was just saying he was unfairly arrested. They've been sent out to arrest him. They didn't go and see him doing something that they didn't like or whatever. They've been sent out. Now, I've started that at the arrest. They were
Right,
trying to...
but what I'm saying, Maggie, is this this happens way too often in our world, where they claim police brutality
yeah.
because
Yeah.
they're just not following their instructions. You know what I mean? Just lay your ass down, let your ass get cuffed, so they feel like they're safe. They don't know if you're gonna you're fighting them. You could pull a gun, you could pull a knife. Just do what the hell you're supposed to do. The words police brutality in this kind of a thing, even though Alex didn't claim it, or maybe he was arrested unlawfully, I don't know. But anytime this situation goes on right here, I wasn't raised like that. I was raised, you just do what the hell you're told. Everybody will stay safe. You'll stay safe. The cops are safe. Everybody's safe. And then we'll settle it in the end. But because people want to just fight the cops because something unjust is happening to them, and then we claim police brutality.
I think because we were trying to get him down, and he was saying, "Well, what have I done? What?"
Yeah,
I
but
think that's what
just
it was
shut the hell
all.
up. Just they just told him, they said they gave him a lawful order. Stand up. He didn't stand up. They grabbed him, and then he starts fighting them. I can see what happened. Now what caused this? I'm not saying that he wasn't wrongfully arrested. He might have been. I don't know. What I'm saying is he's wrong because he's acting like this. Just follow the lawful order,
Just go
and
with
it'll
them
be
and say
over with.
nothing. Well, they arrested him twice. They did it again.
Pamela says, I think the incompetent sheriff really screwed the entire investigation up. Why is it 6 months later and they're still processing DNA from the scene? Sister, oh, I'm right there with you. I feel sorry for the Guthrie family. And then Pinky says, that looks really scary. This could have ended tragically. Ellie could have pulled out a weapon to subdue him. All right, Maggie, I didn't want you to take it off. I want to finish watching it.
No, but listen, I want you to watch this anyway, because listen to Thingy Majiggy. What's his name? Chris McDonough. Hold on. You know
Oh, is he gonna? He'll get us. We have to stop
I'll
it
only
every
do it for a minute. I'll have to say Chris McDonough of the Okay.
Yeah, you just have to stop it every minute and say, Chris McDonough, I love you. Chris McDonough, I love you.
I've seen a few showing them, you know. So this is a short. It's only a short.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'll listen. I'll go over there and cause murder if he does this to you, Lee. Hang on. So, what do I do this now? Hang on.
When I heard that KBOA was given a heads up by the Pima County Sheriff's Department administration, not the guys on the ground, that certain YouTubers were going to be arrested and taken to jail, that really bothered me. It bothered me because it put those officers that put the handcuffs on in a very precarious situation because they were ordered to do it by certain lieutenants.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. We needed to stop it anyways, or
okay, go on.
Your best friend, Chris Madonna, will strike my ass.
Okay, go on. So, did you hear any? Will he strike you though? I think he will if you're on for too long. Oh God, yeah.
Yeah,
but
I mean, you can still play it. You just have to stop and commentate on it or strike us. And remember,
when I heard that KBOA was given a heads up.
Sorry, love. Just bear with me a minute. I don't know how to make this bigger. I don't know if you can see it or what.
You probably can't, but we can see it. Go ahead and just fast forward to that part.
Well, I haven't moved it. Go on.
By the Pima County Sheriff's Department administration, not the guys on the ground, that certain YouTubers were going to be arrested and taken to jail. That really bothered me. It bothered me because it put those officers that put the handcuffs on in a very precarious situation because they were ordered to do it by certain lieutenants inside of the patrol division by pressure from the top, from Nanos's office.
Mm.
And then when I heard that KVOA was given a heads up, and by the way, these are law enforcement sources. These aren't just random people telling me this. These are actual law enforcement individuals working there. It was a bad deal. And this goes for other stuff that the sheriff has said and done. The frontline troops are trying to do the best that they can do under the administrative conditions that they're working under. And quite frankly, it's horrendous. When I heard that KVOA was given a heads up.
That's crazy. Pink Peony says, you will have your day in court. Just comply. As a minority, this is an important conversation that most of us have with our children. Listen, that was the way I was raised. And like I said, of course, the people living next door to me were minorities. They were Mexicans. And never once, never in all of the arrests that I saw, and believe you me, I could write a book. I never seen a gang member or anybody fight a cop. Or when they said get down, you got down. LAPD did not play, and they just knew. They just knew this will get over with a lot quicker if I just do what they tell me, and nobody gets hurt. That's just the way it goes. That's the way it goes. And I taught my kids that too. Absolutely.
Well, they've raised money on a GoFundMe to get him a good attorney because he's been arrested twice now.
And they should. Look, if they've done something wrong, he absolutely should. But when you're fighting cops, I don't agree with this, Larry, but you're welcome to think this way. Larry says just because they're ordered to do something does not make it lawful. Well, it's either you're right. They got told to go and arrest this guy and from the higher ups, and they have a job to do, and they have bosses just like everybody else does. So they had to go and arrest him. And just because you may know that your rights are being violated, in order when it comes down to what's going on here, which I want to go ahead and finish playing that, Maggie, if you could pull it back up.
Do you want me to pull what up? It's finished.
Him getting arrested.
Oh, you want that back on? Okay.
Yeah. If people would just comply, sort it out as soon as you stand back up, a lot of lives would be saved. A lot. Police officers' lives, criminal lives, just comply. Within 5 minutes, it'll all be sorted out. You're not going to walk away with scratches all over you, possibly a gunshot wound. That's my opinion. And then do what Alex is doing. He believes he was unlawfully arrested. Take their asses to court. And save yourself all of this, what's happening right here, which could have turned into something really bad.
Look, I didn't shove him down. Comply. What am I under arrest for? Comply. I will, but what am I under arrest for? Fucking ass. Don't twist me. He's putting a cuff on me. Knock it off. He's putting a cuff on me. Relax. Tell him you're putting the cuff on me. Relax. Don't twist my fucking hand. You guys. Get someone out here to get my stuff. I don't want them taking my shit. Sir, can you please make sure my stuff's picked up?
I mean, where'd the little gnome come from? Sorry.
Someone get out here to get my stuff, please. Hey, Sir.
Stop pulling away, bro.
Dude, my cuffs are on, bro.
Relax. Relax.
You relax.
I'm not doing anything.
Then don't tell me to relax. I can speak however I want to, bro. You're no bigger of a human being than I am, bro.
Well, he's
Remember
a little
that.
guy.
Stop putting your face in my face.
I can put my face anywhere I
Spit
want.
on me or catch a charge.
No one spit on you.
Fucking spit on me, dude.
No one spit on you. Just shut your mouth, bro. If you don't want to talk. Can I get my stuff?
No.
I can't get my stuff?
No.
Hey, you guys are getting... Get the fuck off my arms. Stop. Stop it. Put me in the car and leave me the fuck alone. Then why are you twisting my arms? Faggot, that dude's doing it. You gonna let him do that? Fucking pieces of shit. Every single one of you. I don't know. If any of my shit's missing, you're gonna pay for it, bro. That's all my money. I paid for that.
Juliet 914 422
Oh, God.
I mean, y'all are welcome to put in chat whatever. You guys don't have to agree with me at all. That's not what my channel's about. We are just, all I ask you to do is, if you have a different opinion, just respect that I have the right to my opinion, just like I respect that you have the right to your opinion. Nobody has to agree with me or Maggie. Part of the time, Maggie and I just don't agree. But that's okay. That's what makes us human. We just handle things the right way here. I have a whole problem with that video. And like I said, I'm very old fashioned, and I was raised, all that could have been avoided. If he just stood up, turned around, put his hands behind his back, they would have put him in the car, probably been nicer to him, grabbed his stuff for him, you know, shit like that. And I mean, listen, I understand he's pissed off, but
I do think he did say is like that. He doesn't think, he just sees red. You know, he only realizes when he can't lose it. And then he's like a teddy bear. He looks like, his looks are totally different than what he is. And I think he did say himself, you know, he does go off, but then he realizes things, although I don't think he obviously didn't agree with what was happening to him. But I think the shouting and that, just, I mean, we're all guilty of that, let's be honest. We'll all shout our mouth off and think, fuck, why did I say that? Why did he react like that? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but my question is, did he come out and apologize?
Well, maybe he did. I don't know.
I do like Alex.
Apparently they treated him like shit in the jail.
Okay, well, you know what? After all that disrespect, I would have no respect for him either. So there's that. I mean, you're gonna cuss me out because I'm following my orders.
Listen, Gail. Listen, us Scouse girls now, right? In Liverpool, which I don't, there is zero respect for the cops, and that's the way it's gone here now, right? Do I feel the same way? Absolutely not. I feel there's good and bad everywhere, do you know what I mean? But I've seen some horrific police brutality, and lads have been totally compliant. And do I think that Alex could have reacted differently? Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with you. He could have just gone quietly, but then I'm thinking, well, hang on, maybe he's sitting there minding his own business, doing nothing. He's totally on his own. No one's there. And these cops come up to him, because at the beginning they were like just standing there talking to him, and he's chatting away with them. And it was because they wanted to get him up, and because they've been sent to do it, obvious. So I think the shock of them doing that is he started just shouting and all the rest of it. I do believe that. Could it be wrong? Like I always say, yeah, it could. But
Yeah.
that's how I feel. And I feel sorry for them. Even Chris McDonough said he felt sorry for them because they were sent to do a job and it all
Right.
reflects on them. That
Mhm.
sheriff knew what he was doing. He had it in for them. He's had it in for them since day one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't find in that video right there that just and in the video that I just saw, that's what I'm critiquing. I'm not critiquing any other video, anybody else's stuff. I'm telling you, any way you look at that video through my eyes, through these glasses, my triple focused glasses, he was in the wrong. Every which way. He didn't. He should have just stood up when they said stand up. They wouldn't have had to grab him. Then he shouldn't have fought him. That one. I mean, they're lucky. He's lucky he walked away without being stunned. You know. And then once they finally got him in cuffs, to be screaming and shit. Look, I'm not gonna. People want to make excuses for bad behavior, and listen, I'm not doing it. I don't care if you got some kind of psych something happen that you just start seeing red. I see red too, but I'm learning how to shut the hell up, and I definitely wouldn't have come at cops like that. I just wouldn't.
No,
I was taught
listen.
respect.
I'm the same. I was raised to be respectful to people like that. Do you know what I mean? And that is the way. But also in my lifetime, I've seen no more than yourself. I've seen police brutality, and it's been totally uncalled for. And I get a bit scared, and I think, am I so stupid to be thinking, yeah, always go with them, always be compliant, always do this, that, and the other, and then I get people going and going, wake up and smell the coffee. Is there something wrong with you? I get it from both sides, and I don't know. But because I've been told, it's jumped into it as a kid. You respect the police. You just go. You've got nothing to fear. Just go.
Yeah,
then-
and we know that there are cases that yes, you have to fear, but you don't know. You don't know when those cases are going to be. If you're going to be on YouTube like this, your kids are going to be looking at it later. Obviously, you haven't taught your kids to respect anything either. If you're willing to put up a fight like that until I mean, the only reason he stopped is because obviously he's out of breath, he's out of shape. I would be too. So I'm not making fun of him for that at all. Everybody knows I'm a fat ass. But what I'm saying is it just all could have been avoided, and then he just kept it up with his mouth. He should have just shut the hell up. Just shut up. It'll be worked out in 5 minutes. After at least being put in the car in 5 minutes, and then you're gonna have to work out at the police station. And if they're wrong, then take action against them. But I mean, listen, everybody hates a cop till they need a cop. I bet you if those same cops right there, those 3 little cops next to old Alec, and I like Alec, I do, but I'm not making excuses for his bad behavior. He did that all wrong, and it's on the internet for everybody to see.
Listen,
in my
I've
book,
seen a couple of things that Alex done throughout, and I don't agree with. Do you know what I mean? So I understand where you're coming from. I do understand it, that if he'd have gone, but I just always look at the other person. I just think, well, has he got a reason to be acting like that? Maybe this has happened to him 1,000,001 times in his life because of the way he looks or the past he's had. Because, you know, like he said, they've all got a past, but they've grown up and they don't do anything like that anymore. They've got families. So I'm thinking, has that come from that? But who knows? I'm not saying, I agree with you. I wouldn't have acted like that. And he's admitted himself he can overreact, and he realises when it's too bloody late. Basically, they might not be his words, so don't quote me, but something along those lines. I would have, as scared as I would have been, I would have just gone with them. But you know, it is what it is, isn't it?
Well, hopefully next time it happens or whenever it happens. And listen, we don't know what his record is. Obviously, the cops
I'll have
did.
to get his other one up. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not like they're going to go and arrest somebody and not have already pulled up their whole record. Okay, he's a violent criminal here. He's been charged with this before. So we're going in two cops, guns blazing, you know, because he is capable. He has a history, whatever. But it doesn't matter. It just goes back to, look, I know there's police brutality. And, but you never know when that's going to happen or if it's going to happen. I just say I was taught that you respect it, because I guarantee you, if Alex is at his house and he has no way of protecting his family, and somebody's coming in that house and he calls the police, and those three dudes that he cussed out and acted a fool with are the ones that show up to protect him and his family, oh, Alex would be best friends with them, because everybody hates a cop until they need a cop. And that's
Well,
the truth.
can I read this out? Let's see. I haven't heard this myself, so well, I have, but I mean, I don't know what it's saying because I haven't read it. So, Pima County Sheriff's deputies have arrested a true crime YouTuber outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. His second arrest in 3 days. Criminal network YouTuber Alexander Sabel Jr. was arrested June 11 while live streaming outside Guthrie's home, according to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Deputies made contact with him, and during the arrest process, a PCSD sergeant was knocked to the ground, which he was saying, I never did that. According to a statement from Angelico Carrillo, a Sheriff's Department spokesperson, he was cited on suspicion of 1 account of resisting arrest and 1 count of public nuisance. Now, he wasn't even doing nothing, so I'm saying that for sure. He was just sitting there. There was no one else there with him. Zabel, 54, previously was arrested on June 8th and cited on suspicion of 2 counts of obstructing a highway. Oh, so that was the second arrest, Lee, what you've just seen. The first one is when they got him for just sitting outside. So count of obstructing a highway or thoroughfare and 1 count of public nuisance. He was arrested at a home on Tucson's east side. Yet they went to his house to arrest him. Seeing that. 2 other streamers were arrested the same day outside Guthrie's house on suspicion of public nuisance, and that was the young lad. He's dead quiet. Oh God, I can't remember his name. Can you?
No.
After those arrests, the Sheriff's Department promised to take a harder stance on streamers who have generated numerous complaints from the residents in Guthrie's neighbourhoods. Effective immediately, individuals found in violation of the law may be cited and released on a first offence. Kevin Ager, a spokesperson for the department, said in an email to the Arizona Republic. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos told KVOA even in a story published June 10th that his department has extensively communicated with streamers, which is a lie, and content creators frequent in the area to help maintain order with no luck. They've come and asked them not to park there because they put all kinds of cones up, which they couldn't park there, and they haven't parked there. So they did comply with that one. And some of the YouTubers were offered driveways to put the cars on by certain neighbours. We started getting calls from the neighbours about a certain group of these. I'll use the word YouTubers, but the complaints got to be pretty egregious. What's that word? Egregious in their behaviour of those individuals was becoming pretty scary, pretty frightful to the neighbourhood. He told the station, adding that he had the support of Pima County Attorney Laura Canova. In a statement to USA Today Thursday, Canova said the Nanos had been informed of potential criminal charges available involving misdemeanor public nuisance, and that these cases, like all other cases, must be thoroughly evaluated to see if they reach the threshold for prosecution in our office. Earlier, June 11, a group in Mexico that searches for missing people told a Mexican newspaper that it received an anonymous tip that Guthrie was buried in an area known as Mariposa in Nogales, Sonora, near the US-Mexican border. The group searched the area but failed to find Guthrie's remains. Guthrie, 84-year-old mother of today coho shows Savannah Guthrie disappeared from Catalina foothills in the early hours of February 1st. Authorities said she was taken against her will. Investigators have not identified her location or a suspect. Nanos posted on social media that he was aware of the anonymous tip made to the group, but his department had not yet been contacted by Mexican authorities, which they said they did. So he's lying again, or are they? The investigation remains active and ongoing, and we will continue to follow up any credible information, Nanos says.
Nice.
See?
Big B, good to see you. It's been a minute. I hope you're well. We are well here. RC says, no matter how this happened, a good lawyer will be able to prove if his rights were violated. End of story. Sally says, it's not
Chris
normal to
McDonough
sit.
said he is. Sorry.
Huh?
I said Chris McDonough said they have.
Sally says, it's not normal to sit outside someone's home every day in a neighborhood that you don't live in. Neighbors think it's suspicious. That's true. They all know why they're there. Well, I don't know. I don't like what I saw. That's just me. Listen, I know he said.
Yeah, he should have just gone. You're right. He should have.
Yeah. And I know he said, I didn't make you trip, and they're going to bring all that up. Well, if you were complying with what the police were telling you, the police would not have tripped. So therefore, yeah, you did make him trip because you were fighting him. But anyways, Maggie, are you staying on any longer? I have been on for almost 5
No, darling,
hours.
I've got to go out. I have messaged you.
Okay. Yep. I've got some stuff I've got to get done, and I haven't been to sleep yet. So I will let you say goodbye. No, I haven't been to sleep. I got so much to do today too, but I missed everybody. I wanted to come on and cover what we know and say hi to everybody and get back into my groove. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, you go and get yourself off, and I'll close it down, Lee.
Oh, thank you so much. Listen, y'all, thank you guys for showing up, being here. I mean, listen, we have the best community on the streets. I know it, I feel it, and I'm speaking it. So there's that. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for participating. Thank you for listening. Big shout out to the mods. You guys rock the Casbah every day. Maggie, thank you for surprising us and jumping into this. You're my girl. You know I love you. Big shout out to JB Badass, FBI agent in the hospital right now, recovering from a major surgery. We love you, JB, and anybody else. Prayers for Venezuela. We heard had an earthquake earlier this morning as well. Prayers for the people there. Thank you guys for being here. Y'all be good or be good at it, and I will see you next time. Bye, guys.
See you, Lee. Now, it's not a case of community, RC. Now. Glad to know. Oh, there's my alarm. I'm going out. I've got to have alarms for everything to remind me. Hold on, guys. Yeah, so I don't know whether you all know, here in the UK we're having this horrific heat wave. We're not used to weather conditions like this, and because we're a fairly cold country, our buildings are made to retain heat, although you wouldn't think that in the winter because we're always freezing. So we're like little sardines in tins. It's terrible. We don't have air conditioning. We don't have anything like that. We have to pay a lot of money for air conditioning units because it's just something you just don't need here. So I've got a fan on right now, and it's like someone sitting in front of me going, that's how strong it is, God help it. But it's been on the go since last night. It must be shattered because it's been blowing all night. It's terrible, and I don't want to put it on a high in case I get too used to it, and then when you turn it off, you know the way you go, dead arse. But we've got all the blinds shut. Oh, but guys, it's absolutely awful. It really is. It's like in the 90s for us. That is really Alex. Oh, Alex, isn't it awful? You're melting. It's awful. I just can't cope, and I've got to go out and get in that car, and I'm dreading it because we're getting. I don't know whether you're getting all these alerts up on your phone, weather warnings telling you not to drive unless it's really necessary. Oh my God. And you know what? I've had no air conditioning in my car. It's been broke because I'm having issues with the battery. So if the battery is low, it won't work the air conditioning. So it's absolutely awful. But yeah, pink it's and you know what? I'm not even a water person. I can't bear it. But if I get that dry, I will do. I swear down. You're getting the same alert, Alec. It's awful, isn't it? Absolutely. But they're saying now this could be the sign of the times. This is going to be our weather. This is going because all this weather's changing all over the place, and everyone is affected by it. So I think it's all changed dramatically, since lockdown. I mean, I'm not saying lockdown's got anything to do with it. I'm just saying I've noticed from then. Does anyone else notice when we were in lockdown? And then it was lifted after about 2 years, goes out and the plants, I've got a big plant outside my front door. It's huge, like a big spiky tree. And it was the greenest green I've ever seen it, ever, in the years I've had it. And the grass and everything was so green. The flowers were the most, like, really vibrant colours. They were gorgeous, and I've never seen it like that since. So I think it was all because there was hardly any cars on the road and airplanes and all this shit going in the air. It really did. They did look amazing, all these wonderful colours. But anyway, Sally said there's a device you can buy online that hangs around your neck. It's a personal ear. I've got one. No good, Sal. No good. Tried it. Yeah, you'll be buying cactus plants in no time. I've got a few in the bathroom. And you know what? I feel so guilty because I'm no good with plants at all. And they all die because I forget to water them. Thank God the cactuses, but I forgot to water them for a few years, and I keep looking at them going. So the other day when it was swelters in that bathroom, I thought, do you know what? I've got to water these cactus now. It's on my mind. So I watered them, and the soil was dry as a bone. And when I was pouring it in, it was taking ages for it to drink it because it was that solid. And then when it did get wet, I kept filling it. I didn't want to overdo it because I've killed a cactus before today by giving it too much water. It went all soggy. So what's that? A few years? Yeah, a few years. Oh yeah, the cactus. Swear to God, JD. Show you the picture after. I'll take that phone in the bathroom in a minute and I'll show you the cactus. I've killed loads of them. So the water was dry as a bone. I might give them a little water again. Oh, terrible. But I'm terrible. I really do forget to say I just buy fake ones now. Except for them cactus there. And the one plant I've got in the living room, I just buy all pretend ones now. It's not worth it. It's so hot in Dublin, the chickens are laying boiled eggs. Well, if you smashed an egg on the floor here now, it'll fry. Oh, praise for JB. Yeah, JB, everyone's thinking of you, girl. I was messaging her, but I stopped because I thought, you know what? She needs a bit of peace. Leave her be. She'll be in touch when she's good. But yeah, everyone's rooting for you, JB. Get well soon, girl. Boiled eggs, pink. Funny. So anyway, I'm going to go. So I've got to get to this appointment. I'm looking at the time and I've got to be there for one. So I love you all. And thanks for coming in, for being there with Leanie. You know what's saying? The live's been going for 5 hours. You know when I picked my phone up and it said, my phone said 20 to 10. And I said, Leanie had only gone live at 1 minute before that. So, work that one out. So I thought I caught the live. Can't believe it. I will, Pink. I'll do my best, scale. I think I'm getting a bit of a cold sore as well. My lips sore. See you all soon. Thank you very much for being here. Please hit the like before you go. And if there's anyone new, please think of subscribing. We'll be amazed up. If not, just hit the like. Be more than grateful for that. Thank you very much. So now I've got to think of some music now, haven't I? Now where is it? Let's see. We've got intro, outro. Okay, I'm going to play this one. Speak to you all soon. Take care. Bye.